Cool. There's nothing better than being able to sit at home and do some day trades while your enemies are out there sweating, doing manual labor, wishing that they were doing what I was doing. Anyways, yesterday we ended up taking quite a big loss. Brought our account down to $11,271.47. We were able to salvage it a little bit. At one point, we were down like 900. I think I got it down to like just under 700. So still pretty bad day. Definitely don't like to have days like that. Today there is a couple of things going on. We have home sales for the month of April, I think, right? And I think the forecast is like minus 4.7%, which means less houses are being sold. And I totally believe in that. That comes out at 10. And then the only other news is some other existing home sales for May or something like that. Maybe like a forecast or something that drops. Other than that, it's going to be a rough day. It's going to be a really, really bad day. Um, so the gamma exposure is completely red. The only green gamma exposure is up at 5860, and we are at 5786. So I kind of don't know where the market's going to go. The MVC is above us at 5,800, so that's about 12 points away. So that's cool, I guess. We'll definitely, I think, try to gravitate towards that. But then after that, I have absolutely no idea where it wants to go. Net drift, I actually have to refresh my screen because it's kind of messed up. Net drift, again, showing calls overtaking the puts. So there's, well, actually, yeah, there's 736,000 calls, 595,000 puts. And then I did also add something interesting. What is this, by the way? Is this not updated? Why is it doing the 20? Let's do the 23rd. I think I have to refresh it again. Okay, little issue with quant data. No, I don't want the 20. There we go. All right, cool. So that worked. I did add something called contract statistics. Basically, it shows the premium volume and the trade count. So the premium right now in SPX, there's $110 million in puts and $59 million in calls. So that's pretty bearish. Volume is also 97,000 puts to 66,000 calls. And then the trade count is almost split 28,000 to 23,000. I think the only one that really matters, well, I guess the premium and the volume both matter. Both of them are pretty bearish. But the net drift, again, even though we're in such negative delta and negative gamma, we are trending up because I don't think the market knows where it wants to go. So I normally don't play this early, though. Definitely don't play this early because you wouldn't know. I guess maybe you could just take a guess and see like there was all this and MVC is right there, but to buy contracts in the beginning of the day is just not worth it in my opinion. I'm actually looking at SPY. Let me go to SPX. And today, yeah, an at the money put is $2,400 with an IV of 40%. And then at the money call is pretty much all, it's 2,300 right now with an IV of 39%. Now, I don't really buy at the money, right? I mean, actually, can I move this? I don't like that this always wants to stay all the way up there. All right, move that down there. Um, so, yeah, I don't know. This is why I don't really start recording so early because you just don't really know where the market wants to go. Look how overbought we are, too. And we're at the 200. Um, but what I see is $120 million of puts and 64 million calls. Yet the net drift shows the calls being, you know, higher than the puts. So let's go ahead and turn on quant data. Let's see what they're doing. They probably made a trade. They probably bought right in the beginning of the day. They kind of go. One thing with quant data, I mean, they're cool people, and I really love the chart and data that I do get. But in the Discord server, like they'll say one thing but they'll do something opposite. Like they'll be like, yeah, we always want to wait at least 30 minutes, we want to wait for the market to have a direction, and then you'll hop in the next day and like the first second the market opens, all right, we're buying calls, we're doing this Super Bowl. Like they kind of go against themselves, and I personally, I don't think that's a good trait if you were in the Discord server, right? You want to have your own way of doing things. Of course they can do things whatever way they want. A lot of these guys actually end up just swinging just random options. So some are profitable, some aren't. So let's turn it up and see what they're doing.
definitely starting to curl.
Yeah, there's a ton of negative red deltas, a ton of negative red gammas. Consolidated order flow shows somebody just dropped $138,000 in calls. Well, it was at 933. So, yeah. How much did they profit? I don't know because who knows how high IV was at this time. Did it drop off at some point? This might be a stupid day to trade, honestly.
So far, though, obviously, we should be looking for shorts. That was a little bit going against it. I'm going to go ahead and sell my long here. It looks like it's starting to retrace quite a bit further.
See what I'm saying? Like, they bought right in the beginning of the day.
But I think there's probably going to be something there. Sorry, I know there's someone pinging me in the chat. I just want to finish what I'm doing here. Sorry about that.
I think the reason they went long was because the MVC is above us. Even though it's negative, it's still the most valuable contract. But technically, at this point, we've satisfied that contract because we're already under it. If it's a negative gamma exposure and you are under that gamma in price,
I pondered what you stated about the system signaling down yesterday, and today I've held this position strong. Whoa, 900 buckaroos.
let's see what that guy did.
Billionaires, if I don't see Raising Canes for dinner tonight, I'm gonna be upset with you.
Yeah, he just swung. He swung a contract.
Let fall through with the system. I'm glad you
Let me turn it down a little bit.
and I'm glad that you're getting paid today. That's a solid Friday. Let's go, boys and girls.
Profit at 700. That's good.
That's how we do it. That is what I like to see.
I might go ahead and just hold off on buying stuff.
Okay, so I sold my long. I'm thinking about getting into a short and just seeing if we come all the way back down. What I don't like about shorting here, though, is that gamma-wise, the target is above us, 5,800. It is negative, so that worries me just a little bit. Ideally, I would want to short into an area that where there is an MVC. Like I want to target the MVC. But so far, negative delta does reign supreme. That's a hell of a lot of short deltas at 5,800. That kind of tells us that whoever's there, they do not want us to surpass 5,800. Now we've seen it before, though. If that 5,800 starts to buy back up, we know that that is relatively a strong indication that we're going to have a big juice up.
Oh, okay. So I see what he's saying. There is. Let me turn him down a little bit so I can explain it. So on SPX at 5,800, there's $3.29 billion sitting there that does not want SPX to go to that. It doesn't want it to pass that price. If it goes to that price, they will do a lot of damage to bring it back down. And that is actually the same place where the most valuable contracts are. Yeah, so those people who own those contracts do not want the price to go over that, or else they will lose money. So yeah, this is just going to be a waiting game right now. Net drift did flip at 934, so this is probably when they got in. Maybe on this candle they saw the net drift flip, but you could just see there's not much there for you. I mean, you had, because this one probably happened, and then the net drift flipped somewhere in this candle. You just did not have a lot of opportunity there. So we'll see. If I see the net drift cross negative, that would be a good short. But yesterday we also got into a short like that and we got blown out because immediately it flipped to calls. But this time we are not averaging in. We are just going to, if it's a losing play and a huge green candle spawns, we're just going to sell it. Simple as that. Get into another play.
Take a big range for y'all. Does look like we should be shorting. It does look like that in my opinion right now.
There's not much going on with the consolidated order flow either. So people who are playing with a lot of money are not even playing this right now. The last person was the $138,000 worth of calls at 9:33. Since then, I haven't had any orders flow in. At least big orders. I'm sure people with less money are probably trying to, you know, swing a candle, play one candle, get out. But yeah, I like having these contract statistics. This is great. Because we can see there's 150 million puts, 88 million calls. And if that starts to flip and we start seeing more green calls,
Down, come on, let's see open price.
if we see more calls coming in.
There you go, Driss. Whoa, let's go, brother. That's what I like to see, man.
Nice paper trading.
That's what I like to see. I want to see people, I want to see boys get rich.
Yeah, one thing also, I know I'm just kind of like, you know, with the quant data stuff. I like to be in a server because I like to hear what ABJ has to say, but a lot of these people in this Discord server are all paper trading and they hide it. But it's so easy to tell because they'll be like, they'll take like a $30,000 loss and then they'll come back and be like, oh, because they can just load up the account with as much money as they want. So they can literally just they'll take a $30,000 loss, load up the account with whatever amount of money, and then just play like 1,000 contracts and be like, oh look at me, like, yeah, okay. I'm sure. There's one guy in there. He does it a lot, and they post it almost every few minutes. I don't know why it's allowed. I guess the idea is that, you know, they're practicing. But I've been in this quant data Discord server for a month, and it's literally been the exact same thing every single day, where it's just every few minutes they post their paper trades. Like, it's cool to practice, don't get me wrong, like that's what paper trading is for. It is for practicing, but I don't think these guys are practicing. I think these guys are literally just, I don't know what they're getting from it. I don't know what you get from, you know, there's no internet points that you're gaining here. You'll get like they don't even get like emojis under their pictures anymore. Nobody cares. It's a paper trade. Like, do it on a real account. Make a real trade. Anyways, let's see what they're talking about.
Underlying price, expanding the gammas, which we know it does that. But if for whatever reason we start seeing that 5,700 eclipse 5,800, then we know that's our actual target for price. Everyone, makes sense so far? So I'm still short.
I should have actually got in there. I didn't realize that the data drifted like that again.
Right now, looking good.
That's actually my fault. I was doing too much talking. I should have been looking at the data. The net drift did flip at 9:45, which was
cool. Perfect. Hey, man.
Here.
Thanks for the thumbs up. Always happy to see
That sucks.
people understand EBJ's crazy rants, right? Sometimes I'm smart. Sometimes I sound smart. Most of the time, not so much. Just ask Armin. Calls me an idiot every day.
IV is still 40%. He's trading futures, so he's not. I don't think he's dealing with this.
I've told you how to wash dishes before. What? Still holding it short. Look for that open price, man. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't like
We're
it.
so close. But again, trail that stop. My stop's in the green already, so there's nothing for me to worry about here. We could get
Yeah, so he definitely bought up here somewhere.
If you're married, that's oh, okay. That's a little bit of juice. So it might stop me out.
Calls are being sold off though, but so are the puts.
Sorry, just checking the chat there.
Yeah, let me go ahead and turn this down actually. The reason I'm not getting into a play though is because, dude, at the money, the option price is $2,300. and then it's 2000, and then it's 1800, 1600, 1400, 1300, 1100, 1000, 860. I would have to, if I wanted to get into a put, I would be buying it down at 5730, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 contracts away. That's how bad the IV is today. I'm thinking of trading SPY. Let me check. Yeah, because that's too much, dude. Like, not only are those contracts too expensive, but imagine it just flips on you. The amount of money you lose. Let me check SPY. Trade options today. Yeah, look at that. $200. And the only thing is they're not going to move as much. That's the only thing. They don't move as much, so I guess 2, 4, 6, 8, 4 contracts. You buy 4 contracts, and then I'm just so used to trading SPX, but yeah, on a day like today where the IV is this bad, calls are starting to be purchased though. 103 million now, 170 million puts. Net drift is showing puts selling off a little bit. But yeah, I'm just not sure because the MVC is above us. And they're just kind of recklessly getting into positions here. There goes a couple put buys. What do I want to do? Do I trade SPX? Or do I trade SPY? $2,200 for an at-the-money contract. It looks like it got stopped out.
Not convinced. Overall, things are still short. Again, this is the only reason why it's a tough hold short, because this is not moving here or here, right? 5750, 57 hundo would be nice. Still thinking this eventually.
Oh, yeah. So one other thing, yeah, with the paper traders in this server is that they will just buy both calls and puts. Like they'll just buy both ways, and then they'll only send the side that won. They don't send the side that loses. So it's disingenuous. I think people end up falling for it. When I first started getting into the server, I even fell for it. And I wanted to message them and be like, dude, how are you doing that? Like, how did you grow this account? How are you always right? And the way that they're always right is because they're paper trading, playing both sides. It's really hard to be wrong when you don't even lose any money and you post only your winners.
Would lead me to believe in further downside, but still, as of right now, it makes me believe that we should be coming down towards at least open price.
We're so close.
Buy
Though.
orders though are kind of interesting that are coming in on NinjaTrader, on ES. I'm just seeing timing sales.
My mic is on, right?
Buys.
Yeah, it's green. Put that down slowly. Yeah, so this is just going to be patience right here. Yesterday we had really negative gamma and delta, and the market still, for whatever reason, jolted up. That could happen again today. But also the trade war with EU now. Trump wants to do, I think, 50% tariffs on the EU.
We're slowing down here, so it's kind of interesting to see.
Just hoping the IV starts to fall. 37%, so that's lower.
But we have news in 7 minutes, so I'm going to hold out.
Yeah, best to hold out, wait till after the news, and then IV will hopefully come down.
Chill out for a little bit.
I guess while we wait, I could go ahead and tell you guys what IV is. It's implied volatility. So let's say a contract has a 20% implied volatility. The contract will be pretty fairly priced, all right? Or at least it's fair. It's a fair price, right? 20%. So that way the person who's selling the contract has a chance. What is this? Trump calls for 50% tariff on EU beginning June 1st. So that must be what that red candle is. An IV, let's say the implied volatility, or IV, is 200%. That means that contract is way more expensive than it should be. And what will happen is when that IV starts to go down, it's called an IV crush. Because as IV goes lower, the option price goes lower. And thinking if I should get into some puts here. I'm looking at the puts start to get bought up a little bit more. I just don't know where we want to go. There's not really a target. There's no target to go to. I mean, I guess there is 5,800, right? You gravitate towards that. That would be going up. Below us, I really don't know. At least not right now. Maybe we'll see after the existing home sales comes out. But yeah, IV. That's why you hear a lot of people they lose all their money when they try to gamble earnings because the IV is like 300%. So if the underlying does not move like super hard in your direction, you'll lose. Even if it moves like 3%, 4%, 5% in your direction, you're going to lose because of the implied volatility. And even here, 30, oh, it's down to 36.6, so that's good. It's coming back down. So all those people who held on to these contracts,
Some lo-fi while we await this news. 5 minutes to go, boys. Who's green so far? I'm up 472. So I'm pretty
he
happy.
had
about
to have
that
traded
being
right here.
said. Solid Friday, right? I know there's a big gap today, Rizzler. I just don't see us getting it. I don't see us getting that gap today. I think
At some point, I
the
think he's
chase for that
gambling, dude.
downside gap is a little bit more prominent
At some point, I'm
than
starting to
the
believe he's
chase for the
just
upside gap
gambling.
today. I do want to continue shorting. I do kind of want to continue shorting. But we're just gonna wait for that news first.
Only
I think there's more opportunity to the downside. Again, if we start, I think we're all looking at the same thing. If we see 5,800 MVC come down, then we know there's a target for downside. Right now, we're just kind of holding. I think we're all actually waiting for this news. So the news that's coming out right here. So total new home sales. This should whipsaw price. So if you're not confident in a position, just wait. Wait for the do its thing. Wait for it to do its thing. I'm gonna put on my glasses because I can't see. Also makes me look like super sexy for the stream, right?
I wonder
Thumbs
what
up.
they added
Thumbs up
here.
if you go on a date with AJ.
Call out price path.
I date me.
What do we get here? I'm hoping Robinhood Legend continues to update to where we have a lot of the other useful
Hey,
things.
What's up, man? What's up, dude? Just wait.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Oh man. Forgot to say though, if you go on a date with me, you're paying. Don't you pull a Levi on me. Forgot my wallet, man.
I don't know.
I lost my wallet.
I keep looking back at the beginning of the day to see, like, so in the beginning of the day, they saw that the market was overbought and bought calls anyway. And then it came down. Dude, net drift volume just fell hard. Could see some downside. Maybe. Or maybe it's preparing for 10 a.m. It's also a possibility. Either way, just take it easy. No point to rush into any position. Just chill. Two minutes. Just checking through some things here. All right, 1 minute. Let's see what happens. I'm curious to see if they're gonna try to get into a position as soon as the data comes out, because it is high importance, right? Home sales is an important thing. Like, are people buying homes in America?
We're all looking at. So this is the gap that I'm talking about. It's like right here on SPX. It's right here. This is so obvious that everyone's trying to hunt for this, right? The market only moves in liquidity and inefficiency, and we know that this is a sign of potential inefficiency. It's right here. So that's why I took puts like at the
I have to rejoin.
20%. But I think there's more opportunities. I think going into next week, especially next week is short, right? It's only 4 days. There's probably some more opportunity downside. Okay, so news should be coming out any minute now.
Let's see
What's
it.
up, Paulo?
What's up, baby J? How you doing?
Oh man,
He just added people.
it's good, man. It's been doing good. See,
Great.
trying to make sure Trump
A lot of
is-
times they don't talk about the market. Almost dropped my phone.
No, we wanted to everybody.
Okay, green.
Unless we were too net long, things didn't work out. For some people, like ABJ.
No, I'm definitely not.
Ivy's down at 34%.
Gotta play these ebbs and flows. These markets witness this year.
Yeah, so I know you've been trading for a long time. By the way, this is Hollow. For anyone in the chat who doesn't know Hollow, he's a really good friend of mine. Really great trader. Trades primarily futures, right? Still trading futures primarily?
I actually just took a year break from futures. I kind of make more macro style trades on futures when I see high value. Maybe I'll play directional there and try to
10:01. Market hasn't really moved on the house news.
in the past year.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe could have got into some calls.
Really great dip bias from
All right, looks like there might be a net drift flip here
7
to the upside.
and also start
If we pass over
Robotics,
that 200,
you
that orange line, I might get in.
into that.
yeah. Got a few other names I can list off too.
Because this is
Yeah, a lot
pretty
of-
strong
yeah,
resistance.
You're back in the mix now, though, trying to trade this damn market. This is not your first Trump presidency trading session, though, right?
No, but I would say that this term, at least the market's responding a bit more like I'd expect, instead of being so contrarian.
Okay, really? Yeah, this is my first Trump presidency. Everyone warned me about like what this may be, and I didn't believe them. So actually, I took a big hit in Feb. 'Cause I just had
That's some
no idea.
strong
Nah, you're
resistance.
full of it, dude. There's no way he's gonna do this. And then he did. and then he did do it. Because they all know. Yeah, but hey, that's awesome that you're like getting into just buying a lot of stocks and stuff, and just
Very, very close.
riding
It's
the
so
wave
close. It
and,
did.
getting really good picks on the night 7, obviously.
It's
Night
like
7 is a
it
sick
wants to
spot.
flip, but this
Big
resistance here is not letting it.
Coin was a great one too. Now that it's basically Mag 8 now. Everyone also looks at Coin.
MicroStrategy and Microsoft actually were two of my best ads.
MicroStrategy, 100%. That's a really good one.
I kind of want to buy calls. I want to front run it, but I'm worried about this resistance that we're at. Because last time
I trade value.
we came right back down.
My trading is ICT concepts,
Mm.
concepts, but I use a bunch of other methods kind of combined into my own little style. So I don't really care about news. I care about price efficiency.
Do we come
Yeah,
back
I love
down
it.
from here?
Yeah, efficiency. That's one of the things we just mentioned. It's true. And so, yeah, right now we're just kind of coasting here. News for home sales was actually okay. But
Find that so hard to believe. There's so many houses where I live that have been empty
other than that,
for.
just stuck here. This is why this is right here directionally. It might not be a really like I want to get short, but I want to see what I want to see before I get short.
He's talking about.
He's teaching-
He wants to
ICT.
see.
Well, I know some of it. I don't believe in him.
He wants to see another very big gamma start to explode up. We're moving up. Oh, look at that. So I guess the market finally took interest in the news. This could be This could be a opportunity to go long. It's just the contracts are so freaking expensive, dude. Is this an opportunity to go long? Do we break the hump? Yep, yep, definitely was. Dang it! Yep, it was, guys. That was the hump breaking. Now it's like I don't know if I want to buy in here. Next candle could be red, right? Puts could start to take over. Data is kind of messed up as well because we had made a net drift cross and it came right back down. Is my data wrong? It was just, it had just crossed and then now it's saying that it's not crossed again. Now it's saying that there's more puts than calls again. That's weird. Let me check his thing. His thing's showing the same exact thing where, so what had happened was there was that flip in the net drift, but then all of a sudden those calls that people had here got sold off immediately, and now puts are getting sold off. This is a tough trading day, dude. Tough trading day because you see this candle, you see the bullishness, and you're like, oh yeah, here we go, and then now both calls and puts are being sold off. What? What the heck? What? Wait, now puts, now the thing flipped again, but it's flipped to be bullish. Bro, what is this data telling me right now? I guess I should have been in calls. You know what? Let's get into it. Let's just see it because it flipped, like it 100% flipped. Let's see. Oh great. I bought in a, nah, come on. I'm literally watching I'm watching like the net drift. The calls are way higher than the puts now. I should have bought in well earlier though. Yeah, I bought in at a terrible time. I might have just bought in at like the high of day. But literally there's 1.1 million calls now to only 670,000 puts. Like I said, if this gets out of hand, we'll sell it. Yeah, simple as that. If this gets out of hand, we're just gonna sell it. No averaging in. Just we did see the flip. We bought in the flip. I bought at the high. I'm still down $10 in a green candle. Okay, calls are picking up though, but so are puts. The calls are really picking up. Like, this thing is literally pointed straight up. There's now 1.3 million calls and 785,000 puts. Down $25. For some reason, I feel like, I mean, it is a staircase up though, so let's give it a chance. Yeah, it's always a staircase up with when you're going up, but yeah, I really wish I would have bought in here. Even then, bro, if I buy in here, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't. I got a really bad entry. I think. It looks like I literally bought at the top, but I bought it. Yeah, I bought it at the top. Okay. Yeah, this is not easy to trade in. This is not easy to trade in at all. Let's see if we use this as support now, because we used it as, it was resistance before. Let's see if we use it as support. Do we use this now as support? So far we did wick off of it. I must have, yeah, I just had a bad entry because it flipped at 10:04. Yeah, it flipped here in this candle. And then I bought it all the way up here. Calls are really being sold off now, but so are puts. This is gonna be a dumb day. I have a feeling this is gonna be a really dumb day of trading. But it seemed like the existing home sales were positive. Nah, we'll see. We'll see. Just because, but I guess yeah, just because the calls are rocketing up, I guess doesn't mean that we should go up. Might take the loss here. Yeah, I think I should just take the loss here. That sucks. Let's see. I'm down 12%, so let's give it just. Let's see if we still use this 200 EMA as support. If we blow through it, then I'll sell. Still support, okay. And don't know. Calls 1.14 million calls. Actually, on the contract statistics side, now it's 57% puts and 42% calls. So, and calls just got sold off again. It's just, yeah, I bought in at such a bad time. I'm getting IV crushed at the same time. Puts are now 530,000, whereas the calls are still 1.15 million. Really, really bad entry. But then again, it could have literally just been like another 5 green candles. That was very well possible. It's gonna blow under, isn't it? Even though the puts are being sold off, we're gonna go lower. Yeah, we are. Okay. Sure. I mean, okay. I mean, if that's what it's going to be, I guess. I mean, I followed the data and I lost again. That's 2 times where I followed the data and lost now. Um, Bought at the top. Literally yesterday, I bought at the bottom puts, and today I bought calls at the top. Let's see. Big green candle. Could start to see some upward movement, maybe. If I start to see the puts get bought up, though, then I don't think that'll be a good idea. I was just annoying to see, like, as soon as I bought, the call started to sell off. Like, they sold it to me and they said, all right, cool, let's sell it all off now. Let's go back down. I'm getting IV crushed. Yeah, this was... Okay, that's nice. That's a really big green candle. Wow, and I'm only up $15 from that. Let's see if we continue up. Calls are really getting bought right now, dude. I'm going to get ready to sell just in case. Just in case some BS happens. Really, really big green candle. I'm going to go ahead and sell here. Okay. Looks like we were coming back down a little bit. Let's see profits. Today on that contract, up $180 so far today. There we go. So we stuck with it for sure. We saw the data, and that worked out. So that was really good. Definitely could continue to trend up, but I don't know. Because we are $2 away from MVC, which was 5,800, and that delta shrunk a little bit. It's 2.34 billion. So good though. We're up 178 when you factor in the fees. Stuck with the play. Now where are we going to go from here? That's the issues. I don't know. Because when you look at the delta, it's not an M, it's a B. Billion. There is $2.5 billion that wants to hold us down. So I would have to see this delta disappear. 100%. For us to go up higher, I have to see this delta disappear. If I don't see this disappear, then that means that 5,800 is not getting bought up. So far, so good though. I'm not gonna complain. How much of a percent gain was that? That should have been maybe like 12, 13. 21% gain on our first play. Very nice. Imagine if we were playing with $100,000 and we just made 21%. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. If I was playing with $100,000 and I made 5%, I'm out. I'm done. All right, guys. See you later. 2.61. So that negative delta again is growing. Calls are being sold and puts are being bought right now. So we'll see what happens. I just don't like this. It's down to 32% IV. That's actually a lot better now. When I bought in, it was 34. So I was fighting with, it's still, the puts are 33.8 right now. $2.48 billion still just sitting there. It has to pass that, and that has to get bought up. We see that happen, and then we can start to trend up. The only issue is, where is our target? If we were to go up, where even is our target? 5,900 is the biggest green gamma, and we are a little over 100 points away from that. Not impossible to reach, but there's $9 billion saying that we are not going over 58.75, and still $2.5 billion saying that we're not going over 5,800. So that's like, you guys see this, right? Like, that's data. Like, we have the data in our hands. It's all about just looking at the data. Take your time, look at the data. And I'm using Quant Data. I'm not sponsored by them. If you saw in the beginning, I actually said a lot of negative things about the Discord chat with, not even with Quant themselves, but the other people in it. Coming back down a little bit. Calls are being bought, though. Calls are being bought. It's just, this might be one of those days where you just play the range, you know? Like, our low is going to be somewhere here, or high is going to be here. Weird, though. It's so weird to see these calls get bought up like this, but we're not moving up. We're moving down. All right, let's see what they're saying in the Discord.
I'm expecting the SEC to open a case tomorrow and then jail some of these big whales, but I don't think it happened.
Wishful thinking, you know?
Yeah, of course. No, that's straight up blatant insider trading. But I felt like I should come here and share that with you guys. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing all right, man. We're just grinding through. We're working through this market. I sold those puts that I picked up yesterday at the close for 220%. ABG's go, let me tell you.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, but right now we're just letting the market coast. We're just not sure if we burst through 5,800 or not, because that's negative. We already had a rejection right there to the penny, to the dollar rather.
Tempted to buy a call.
14 is where we rejected from.
Tempted.
About 9 points now that we've rejected from. So I'm just not sure. Right now I'm sitting on my hands. I want to see if we get below VWAP. But aside from that, we're just being patient. Things are slowing down. In terms of Friday, there's no more news coming out. The housing sales came out good, which I was surprised on. Because I was like, who can afford houses right now?
That's what I said.
Buying outside of institutions and like boomers.
Yeah, but who has money to do this nonsense? So I'll post it in the chat here.
Really want to buy a call.
That's what it came out. It came out positive. It came out quite positive, actually. Like 10.9%. What in the world?
I'll tell you who's buying the housing. It's the
Please.
few whales that hatched out 4 days ago.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see. I didn't check this today. So executive orders by President Trump today at 1 p.m. So that's just after New York City lunch. Dissent talking in an hour. And no one listens to that guy anyway.
Do we use this as support?
It's probably pretty important. Yeah, look at this flush down. So that rejection off that 5,800. Hollow, you were right. That was a really good value short. So unlikely that what you were seeing was lining up with some of the data we saw today.
That's why I'm here, man. The data that Quant provides is pretty useful.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Pretty useful. Hey, yo, man. What was this guy, man? Give us bigger words. What's the next big word?
Absolutely essential.
For me, that is a high compliment, and you know this.
This guy, dude.
Wonder how far we go down.
It's all right. No, it's a pretty amazing pool, and I love the new stuff that you guys are implementing for sure. Again, that insider trading that you guys saw 4 days ago, it was displayed right there inside of Quant Data. So for those who know how to look and how to filter this data, that 589 dark pool on SPY, I mean, we could probably go and find a value figure. In fact, I'll go and do that now while you're busy on the stream. I'll report back here.
Oh, please. Thank you so much. I'm going to take a short here on MES. We're going to give it a go.
I wanted to wait for the reversal. I don't want to short it down here. I don't want to do that, bro.
Just MES. I want to be very transparent here. 2 MES. I'm already up 472 for the day, so I don't really want to throw money back into the market.
I thought he was going to say 472 on that short. I was going to be like, bro, I'm trading futures forever now.
Afford to do that. I think y'all know
Tesla
ADA.
saved me yesterday, dude.
MES?
Tesla.
Oh.
So your big play was that SPY swing long or swing short, which was awesome. My big play this week was swinging Tesla.
Everything is getting sold.
Ooh.
Holy crap, dude.
Tesla's been really great. Have you been trade?
The calls were up to 1.5 million. Now they're 900,000. And the puts at one point went all the way down to minus 176,000. They're both being sold off. There's only 105,000 puts and just under 1 million calls. I don't know. I don't know because there's no green delta behind us to say, hey, yeah, let's not go this far down. It's just a guess wherever this thing is going to flip. Like right here. I mean, it flipped. That was just a random buy. Did he say he was short?
Yes, please.
So I'm going to post it in chat right now. Here's the filter for May 16th to May 19th on the dark pool rank inside of Quant Data.
Let me actually.
Look at the largest single volume order, 590. So here's that 590, 589 range. It's roughly around 5,900 on the SPX. That is by far the largest order. 4.14 billion that came in. This is what caused those wicks that we saw on that 19th trading session, and it has led to a nearly 300 point drop. So you heard it here first on Quant Data. This is how you look at some of this data here. That is
That's a smart way to swing, guys. Honestly, let me turn that down. So with Quant Data, you can see dark pools, which is not accessible everywhere. You can't just look up on Google and find dark pools. Dark pools are where really big money, like billions of dollars, that's where they trade. They trade in dark pools. So to be able to see that information a day in advance, if you're just tracking it, or who knows how far in advance, you could be able to, like this guy said, you could be able to literally catch insider trading. It's probably not perfect because I don't know. I'd have to let me look back at the picture. From May 16th to May 19th, $4 billion worth of puts at 590. 7 million shares, I think. That's what that is. Volume 7 million or 7 million contracts. That's interesting, guys. Super interesting to just know that that information exists. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a different page, and then when I'm done with my like streams, well, these aren't really streams. When I'm done with my live day trading, I'll go through it and see where big money has their money. Where are the dark pools? Are the dark pools super bullish, or are they super bearish? Because that's crazy, guys. Like, look, like they have these things, and they just bring it all the way back down whenever they want to. Market manipulation, man. The people that have a lot of money, someone actually told me once before, they're like, dude, you can't manipulate the market. It's not possible. It's possible, dude. You are crazy if you don't think that people who have billions of dollars can't move the market. They're the reason the market moves in the first place. Your neighbor trading with $1,000 is not moving the market, dude. So being able to see that info is going to be really good. Wish I was in calls here. Would have made a serious bag. I guess it did go to the VWAP, but the thing is, it just flipped it. I mean, maybe I'll buy puts coming up soon here. If we get closer to here, there's still $2.29 billion that says we're not going higher. Let me see if they want to short the same place.
Right up against that 5,800 again. Keep an eye here. Directionally, this is tough, right? There's no targets below us. There's no real targets above us. We're just stuck here at this 5,800. I want to see what changes. So London Power Hour coming up in 4 minutes. Could very well be a change as soon as London starts to get into that time where they have to really make some moves.
Yeah, right up there again, right off where we were up here.
1.8 million in difference in calls.
Wow, 2 million calls, guys. 250,000 puts. But where do we go? That's the question.
I have a light position on the 573s on SPY puts for next week. What is that, 27th? Probably like Wednesday.
I wish you'd talk into the mic a little bit harder.
Thinking around that time is the gap fill.
Really just 573.
So we went up. This looks like it's our high.
To be bearish, I'd expect to see.
This looks like, at least VWAP, looks like it's respectable. I mean, sort of, yeah. Did come down to VWAP here. This is where we made that big gain. Doesn't mean that it has to do that again, though. Calls are being bought still. So are puts. The only issue that I struggle when I buy calls, especially in a market like this, is I'm limited. The data does not tell you.
Yeah, this is a little bit of whipsawing. This is tough. I'm actually taking a look now. Maybe we can make some money back on a spread.
Let me turn it down just real quick so I can mention. There's nothing in the data that says we should bounce off of a bottom, right? Below us at 58.75 is minus 5.8 million exposure. The next one after that is minus 7.6 million. The next one after that is minus 11 million. The next one after that is minus 7 million. The next one after that is minus 5 million. So there's nothing in the data that says you get down to these things and we're going to go up. It's literally just luck. That is literally luck. There is no green delta below us other than all the way at 5750, $600 million worth of that. What did I say that was? 5750? Go to SPX. Look how far away that is. That's almost 40 points away. What is that? 33 points away? Nah, 23 points away. So you thinking like, do you really fall 23 points to get to there? And then if you put it in perspective, if you fall 23 points, dude, those people that have that green gamma, that green delta there, bro, they're selling that. They're not holding on to that saying, oh yeah, we're the front lines, we're gonna just hold on and we're gonna rebound right off. No, they're not. No, if I had that position and we came all the way down there, bro, I'm buying puts myself. All right, respected the 200.
Premium ratio now on Tesla though for today is 1.1. So puts are actually surpassing. They've been surpassing as of late.
Let's see what my other trading Discord is doing.
Yeah, the regular tailman was on break-even phase for 2 months. Final final was going to go for 3 days. Oh man, I'm really sorry, man. Hey, so DOD, make sure you identify the days that you do well, and make sure you journal the losing trades and the winning trades. It's actually really important for you to journal the losing trades and determine like what happened. Right. So yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, my journal is these videos, and literally everybody watched me get market manipulated. That's the thing. Like, you can be a really good trader and still lose just because fate had its way. You lost because somebody else just said at that moment they needed it to turn around, and that's market manipulation. You can be right all you want, but at some point in every trader's career is going to come some BS, whether it's from Trump saying something stupid, whether it's from his press secretary, whether it's from some data. You guys know when earnings reports comes out and a company beats earnings, and you look at that, you're looking at their spreadsheet or whatever, they're making money and life is good, they got customers coming in, and then they get to the point where they actually speak on the earnings report and they say, yeah, we did great, but we're looking at a slowdown because of tariffs. You just watched your thing go from up 10% to minus 15. It's like, what do you do? And there was actually, you can look it up on Google. There was one where there was a company, and the company they would tell somebody, I don't know if it was a family member or if it was a friend, they would tell them, it was somebody within the company. Somebody within the company would tell their family member, hey, this is our earnings report. And the earnings were fantastic. And what was funny was the earnings were really good, and the stock still dropped. It dropped super heavy. So a company can have excellent earnings and still drop. The people who are even insiders can still lose in that case. And I think they actually ended up getting caught, right? Because, I mean, if you can see the article online, they ended up getting caught for insider trading. They weren't rich enough, basically. If you're a billionaire, you do what you want, all right? Go wherever you want. Take your private jet wherever you want, your yacht wherever you want. Money talks. You don't got to say nothing when you have money. You just got to throw it around. Oops, I hit the mic. You just have to throw it around and say, dude, do this. Do this. I want this. If they say anything to you, you pay what? You make $400 million on an insider trade. You pay like $1 million of it to the SEC. It's extremely busted. It's extremely corrupt. I guess the bottom line of what I'm trying to say is just get rich. No, there's no other way to put it. It's one thing to be good looking people like myself. You know, we can get by. But you can be butt ugly. 5'4", fat, stink. You can do whatever you got $1 billion, do whatever you want, buddy. you can do whatever you want. Nobody questions you. And everybody puts on a smile for you because you got money. And some people will say, well, you know, what kind of life is that when people don't actually care about you? They only care about the fact that you have money. You know, some people like that. Personally, I'm happy where I'm at. I think I got good connections. I think I have good, is this following me? Wait a minute. Are we recording? We should be. I see the 1 hour, but why is it not following me? What happened to my OBS? Normal tracking. That's weird. Hopefully it was. It should have been. We're an hour into this. But yeah, I like having the connections that I have. You know, I think it's better to be just, you know, you got some money, you got some friends. Last thing you want is people just using you for money. I'm sure that gets old. All right? It's like that one friend. You ever had that one job where you had that one coworker every day after work? What do they ask you? Hey, man, can you take me home? I had that. I had that when I used to work at a grocery store. Dude would ask me. He would see I drove a nice car, too. It was a Nissan. It was black. It had like these alloy rims. Oh, I was riding in style back then. It was a 2012 Nissan. Yeah. And those were some good times, man. Used to roll up to work. He'd come out after work. Every time I would try to run away. I would try to like leave before he could see me. Dude would follow me, man. Hey, can you take me home? And he lived like on the opposite side, bro. Like I would literally have to go like out of my way to drop him off. He just kept asking. I was like, no, bro. We used to get off at midnight. I used to go in at 3 and get off at midnight. I'm like, no, dude, I don't want to take you home. Take the bus, loser. Go walk home, loser. Eventually, I said no enough times to where he got a longboard. Dude who used to longboard on the way home, but he was cool. It's just the moral of the story is you don't want to be used. Because they're only friendly to you because of what you can give them. All right, enough talking. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and see what we're doing. We're just kind of stuck though. Not really much going on here.
I just paid myself like last week, which was like around like 140, 139-ish.
Yeah.
And obviously the bank gives you less.
Yeah.
Still, you know, it's better than earning in Maple dollars.
Yeah, well, what Quack calls it is the monopoly money. Right? Or
Monopoly money? Yeah, no. We were just talking the other day about what kind of music is in Canada, because I asked if anyone listens to international music, and they said, "Isn't all music international to you guys since you're in Canada?" And I said,
ooh.
I was like, you know, I took offense to that because we make some damn good icicle music up here.
Icicle.
Hey, we have Drake. You know, I know he's a little bit canceled.
And now you have Wayne. Come on.
No, Bieber and Drake, no, that's American. They're Americanized. I was talking about, you know, xylophones made out of icicles.
What the hell, dude? Shania. Sorry, you said Shania Twain?
Yeah, Celine Dion, Shania Twain. Isn't he's not a singer, but what about Jim Carrey? He's Canadian, right? That should count for something.
Oh, we've canceled him too. Unfortunately, he's the Scientology's gotten to like way too much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's too crazy now. We can't accept them anymore. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. The U.S. and Canada, we're just too mixed. We're too mixed. It's really hard to identify. You know, there was you know those stupid YouTubers that like run around the street and they talk to random people. There has been times. There was a video a few years back where this guy was asking Canadians like, "What does it mean to be Canadian?" And then a lot of them said poutine. I'm like, bruh, if that's all it means to be Canadian, just fries and cheese curds. If that's all it is, man, I don't know, dude. This ain't it.
No, poutine cheese.
I don't even claim that as Canadian. That's like Montreal.
Yeah.
And they don't even want to be Canadian. Every year they want to exit. So
And the French don't even want them, so where do they even belong? They're like Toby from The Office.
All right, I'm gonna go get an ice cream or something. This really isn't moving.
Oh, that's pretty good. Man,
Oh.
we're taking a look here. So nothing's changed still.
Where's
This
OBS?
is where we really battle with ourselves on like.
All right, be back. Still
what
following me?
S&P calls the itchy trade,
What?
right? Where we start throwing on trades just.
Why is it following me still?
No reason. We're still battling.
No, there should be no tracking. Put this back down.
Sorry, was that hollow?
I was
There you go.
nodding my head in agreement. That's exactly what the vibe is.
Although Vanna's peaking here, though, if you look at the Vanna profile, there's a lot of volatility in calls for some reason. So it's
Yeah, I'm watching those
kind of-
underlying assets, but I do think Nvidia can make a push here to that 132, 133, and Tesla could do that like 340 push potentially.
VIX is depleting here too, by quite a bit. Ooh, looks like my dip buy yesterday on Grinder was good.
Hey, what?
So far. Grinder, the best stock there is.
No.
It's a solid stock, solid company, really strong fundamentals.
All in the beat.
I don't know if you mean this in a serious way or if you like this is.
No, it's 100% great, man. They always, I know they had bad earnings, but look what happened. They just bought it right back up.
It's like rock solid.
Rock solid, man. Only goes up. 100%, dude. I'm telling you, dude. Grinder, yo, people laugh, man, but I swear, if Barron's doesn't name Grinder this year as stock of the year, I'm gonna be pissed. I've been emailing them. Like, yo, you guys need to like talk about this stock. This is crazy. Because obviously Palantir was Barron's stock of the year for 2024. That's obvious for everyone, right? But look at the chart of Grinder. I swear, it's insane.
I don't even want to type that ticker into my into my book.
No. I'll pull it out for you guys. I'll pull it out.
Pull it.
Say pull it out or pull it up? I'm confused.
I'm gonna pull it out and show you guys. There you go. No, okay. You beat me to it. Yeah, it's just vertical.
Look at this.
You know, I thought you guys were trolling me the whole time. Now to find that it's an actual ticker is eye-opening. Maybe I want to taste the rainbow now. I don't know.
The rainbow's been good, man. I will. I'll send you. I'll actually DM you a position on this. My average buy for this right now is $17 now, but I started accumulating at 15. I've been buying more as I actually bought a lot on earnings day.
Let's go.
It was bad, and then it just bought right back up. Like, look what's happened. This was earnings. Just straight up.
Wow. Yeah. No, definitely, guys. Looking at Grinder, I mean, ABJ's been on this for years now, and I haven't taken it seriously because I thought it was good. And now I'll obviously outperform very, very well on Grinder. So don't be profit phobic.
Get profit phobic.
Yo, that's legit. Great play, man.
Should we feature that CNBC as a grinder analyst? I won't go that far. I won't go that far. Check out Rick. Thundermarket says RICK. TOD says thank you for the gift card. Hey man, TOD, we're all just here trying to help each other.
There's, it says here in one news article from Bar Chart, stocks slump as President Trump threatens tariffs on EU and Apple. So I think there was something going on with Apple as well, where Trump was like, they have to either lower the prices on phones or something like that, or they have to not increase it because of tariffs or something. So he's dumping it again, man, per usual. Dumping the market per usual, trying to get in at a better price. Then he can say his patented, it's a good time to buy.
TGen plates. Over the long enough period, they put up basically an asymmetric risk reward floor on your portfolio. So, what do I mean by this? Take a year and look at your like 10 worst days in the year. You know, we've all been there, right? Whatever your worst day is, and snap a finger and say it. I wish I could turn that into only minus $300. And that's what happens when you blow up on one of these days. You don't actually take the loss in your account. Say, for example, if you're self-funded or if, you know, this was raw capital exposed and put up by you, it turns into an asymmetric reward. So at the same time, does it suck to lose a funded account? Sure. Have a Starbucks, you know, on ABJ. You know, go have something with your mama. But at the end of the day, don't feel bad for getting caught by your safety net, because that's what it happens. That's what happened today. Right? So if you have enough of these asymmetric days where your worst days turn into minus $300, you're going to be very profitable in the long run.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. That's props are great if you use them properly. Most people just don't use them properly. You still got to trade. Still got to trade, you know, effectively, but treat it as a hard stop. I really like that. Journal. People don't journal enough, and I think today, if you blew up, you should definitely take a look back. Replay the day. Actually, I don't think people know that in futures, you can replay it. You can replay your trade day and just see what happened. Even if you're like on Questrade, I use Questrade as my brokerage here in Canada. There's a replay function. I can replay up to 7 days. But with that being said, it's 7:47. Nothing's still changed. We're still battling up against this 5,800 wall. I don't know if we break it or not. If we do break it, it makes me think that we should actually see for like a better, the best value short if the delta remains. Right? I don't see them buying this delta back today. It's also a long weekend. So we don't know about participation. Oh wow. Okay, here we
NVIDIA
go.
and Tesla hitting these marks pretty soon, and that would be what Apple was saying. What I think too is could be the higher value short. We'll see.
I'm actually gonna take the short right here. Let's see.
I'm not.
Crazy.
I'm not gonna take that.
We're just doing
Good luck.
800. We didn't get across it.
I'm not taking that, bro. Does it? Do we go down? Data says the data hasn't moved. The thing is, it could just go down to here and back up. Like,
So
you really don't know.
Can I kind of give you my kind of view?
Yeah, of course.
So we have standard deviations today at 5833 on the SPX. So that's if we break 5800, which is a big psychological level, that should lead to a punchy move, right? So big candles on either side because so many positions are placed, right? You have stop losses on either side for long and short side. In terms of 5800 breaking, where could it go if that scenario played out? We have a deviation at 5833. What else is at 5833? It's about a $4 billion exposure level on the option side. That tells me, and they're off by about a penny right now. So you're looking at 58.33.12 on the exposure. You're looking at about 58.33.11. So off by a penny, basically the same level here. A break of 5800 could take you probably about 33 points to the upper end of what this trading session could give you. Then we get rejected by not only deviation but also $4 billion.
Brilliant.
I'm still holding this short. 58.12 on ES. My stop is just above 58.08. But we'll see. So 58.12.
Why here though?
Short. It's
What
not
did he
really
see
looking
here?
too hot. But we'll see. We'll see. That's a lot of delta. From my view, it's a lot of delta to buy back. This is 2.45 billion in short delta. It doesn't seem likely. But again, if we do buy it back, we know that it's going to juice up because that's a lot of premium to have to flush out. So we're up just a smidgen here. Yeah, 6 points right here. I'm going to take it, and then I'm going to make coffee. And I'm going to take it right here. 58.05. That's a pretty good short. So what is that? 7 points. 7.7.
Wonder what did they see there?
Not too bad. Right back into the VWAP. I'm gonna make coffee. I'm gonna come back. I think I deserve it. We're up
Yeah.
to. Let me check my. 525. So 525 on the day. That's not too bad. I'm not upset with that at all.
What did they see there? Bro, that was just a guess. Don't play with me.
Just make sure y'all tell Carmen that it's we converted Canadian Monopoly money. It's 800, so I've hit my target for the day. All right, what do we like to do here in the chat when we make money? What do we like to do here?
Give it all to me.
No, it's actually 800 US. That's my actual target for the day. But it's Friday. Y'all gotta cut me a little bit of slack, you know.
I don't know. It's so weird because I'm seeing the calls get bought. Calls are being bought right now. We're going down.
Yeah. That's what we do when we're in the green, baby.
It really shouldn't be going up anyway.
Because there's that, but that's like, you know, that's so boomer, man. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool like the Gen Zs. Cha-ching! I love it, man. I love it. All right, I'm gonna make some coffee. I'll come back in about, let's say, 8 minutes. I'm gonna stretch my leg as well, and then yeah, y'all feel free. So just to preface this again, Mata is one of my good friends, great futures traders, and so is Hollow and Rizzler. Rizzler trades a lot of things though. So Rizzler trades crypto. He trades options a lot as well. So if you guys have any questions right now, like any questions regarding trading, I'm sure they're happy to give up a little bit of knowledge, right? Here and there, right? Feel free to ask.
Absolutely. Absolutely. For the next 5 minutes, we will all answer whatever question you ask.
Whatever question?
Any question at all.
Yeah, for you guys that keep asking about futures and stuff, like you guys know I'm not that great of a futures trader. I'm primary credit spread.
Well, you're kind of back to the futures trader. What are you talking about?
You know,
I agree.
I'm all right. I'm here and there.
You bring a different style of trading, as we all do. You know, I think you have the fundamental necessities of a trader whose objective is to be here for a while. You know, and that's good. Capital preservation means you're a successful trader.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to bait you guys into glazing me.
Did a great job.
I did it. All right, call.
Yeah, how did we keep getting away with it?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, that is damn. So, PBG CEO says thoughts on Nvidia, Palantir. I've also heard bullish news on AMD, but other than big tech, any other opportunities you see out there in the market? They've been taking a beating lately. Interesting question. I'm gonna open up that to Rizzler and Hollow if you guys have sort of any insights.
look at Nvidia in terms of post split, I always multiply its current stock value by 10 in my head to kind of just bring myself back to gravity and understand what it's trading at. I'm very bullish on semis as a whole, but understanding how they ran last year going into this, I do think they're due for pullbacks. I went long on Nvidia this year, around $90, I think, and that's been paying pretty well. I'm cautiously long on it because right now I'm very bullish on the market, but I also believe there's grounds for like a consolidation, kind of choppy year without setting new all-time highs as well. Like I'm on both sides of the fence. So in terms of semis, I'm net long on them, and Nvidia is my largest semi holding. I have holdings in AVGO, AMD, Intel, Snow, and TSM as well. AMD is one that I buy under 100. I actually have an alert for it at 75, and it bottomed out at 76.5 on its most recent swing low. So my next value buy, if I ever do buy into it, would be between 65 and 75.
Yeah, no, awesome. So I think Hollow's got the semis covered there quite well. I actually do trade semis quite a bit, but in this recent run, I've actually sold quite a bit of all the semis near the last time earlier in the year when we kind of hit some nice highs. On the drop on the initial, February the 2nd, Liberation Day and all that kind of stuff, what I've been accumulating in my long-term portfolio is actually not semiconductors anymore, though I've done that a lot in the past. These days I've actually pivoted over to defense stocks. So what do I mean by that? Contractor
Raytheon.
stocks, defense stocks, Palantir. If you guys take a look at when the market started originally falling from 61.85, that actually came down roughly around, I believe it was mid-February. So mid-February, they start to come down, and the rest of the market is just basically tanking until we hit basically sub 5,000. If you take a look at the contractor and defense sectors, they started falling when? Does anybody know?
No idea.
For all the people who are holding, defense primes, contractors, do you know when they started their fall?
No.
February something?
Yeah,
No.
It was last
So-
year in November, maybe.
Yes, last year November. So
That's when I started buying.
yeah, so they started falling last November, mid-November. I believe it was November the 19th, almost unanimously across the board. What happened November 19th? Doge happened November 19th, right? So Elon Musk comes in with this great big thing. We're going to save trillions of dollars. We're going to start cutting. We're going to, revamp the entire government. We're going to try and save like $2 trillion. So what happens is across the board, contractors got absolutely gutted on Doge. Now, during the market crash, when everything else was kind of coming down, a lot of these contractors are actually already down 50%. So Marty says defense contractors lose their awarded contracts. That was the fear. What's actually happened since then? How much has Doge actually cut? Peanuts.
Like 20 billion.
Nowhere near this 2 trillion. We're
Yeah.
talking about maybe billions. So we're talking about pennies on the dollar here. What's happened since then is I've been heavily accumulating them since I think the earliest positions I was taking some of these contractors was March 10th. And I've been accumulating those. Palantir's been a good one because Elon Musk is now getting so many repercussions that he's now like, okay, I gotta distance myself from Doge. He's now done that. When that was announced, there was a day where
The
Elon
thing
Musk said,
with
I don't know,
Elon-
X number of days left to
The thing with Elon where he messed up was Tesla was super liberal. Like liberals and Democrats, they loved Tesla. Tesla because it was electric. It was getting rid of oil, right? Saving the planet. That was the gist of it. That was the gist of Tesla. And he consistently said that. He was like, we gotta save the environment, right? Going electric is better than oil. We don't have to dig up all this oil and put all this carbon into the air, whatever. Even though I think electric vehicles also are extremely harmful for the environment when it comes to their batteries. I don't know if that's been changed, but I still to this day believe. I mean, when you look at a hybrid car, a battery when a battery goes bad, it's super bad for the environment. Either way, Tesla was super liberal, super Democrat, and Democrats loved it. And when you look at the places that have the most money in the U.S., it technically is those Democrat states. Of course there's Florida, of course there's Texas, of course there's there are places where Republican states make a lot of money, but you look at places like New York, you look at places like California, um, places like that where there's just tons of money going through there. And even back before Trump, I think Nevada was also liberal. There was a lot of liberal states or Democrat states. So Tesla was selling a lot of cars because those people they wow, what happened there? That's a ripper up. Should I buy a call here? That's weird. They really wanted to rip up from there. I guess while I'm still watching it, that's weird. Wow, it wicked all the way up to the 200 EMA. Isn't that crazy? 200 EMA is just such a strong support and a strong resistance. But yeah, so when Tesla or when Elon got into this Doge stuff and he, basically, I guess, teamed up with Trump, those Democrats hated that, right? You go on the Tesla, some Tesla subreddits or something like that. Like those people, they sold their Teslas. They don't want any new ones. They're vandalizing them. Like to them it was a stab in the back because he was, for the most part, maybe he was Republican all along, but for the most part, what he portrayed was, more of a Democrat style person, right? For the environment, whatever. Um, so a lot of those people, they just felt betrayed, and that's why the stock price fell and all this other stuff. And Trump had to literally come out and tell people, buy. I mean, basically pumping a stock is what our president did. He had to do it. If he didn't do it, Tesla was going to just continue falling. They might have, that company itself, may have gone bankrupt had Trump not stepped in to basically save it, tell people to throw money into it. But reputation of Tesla from here on out, as long as Elon is the CEO, I believe is ruined. I don't believe Democrats who had the money for a Tesla will just say, "Oh, you know what? Whatever. I like the car. It's cool." Like, and when you look at the Republican side of things, Republicans like oil. They like engines in cars, right? They want V12s. So he kind of shot himself in the foot, honestly. It was understandable what he wanted to do. He wanted to get rid of wasteful spending. But you're getting rid of, you're taking money out of people's pockets who were getting that. Those people are going to come after you, and they're going to smear you, right? So, it is what it is now. And now you have all these other brands, like Nissan is making an electric car. I think Toyota has an electric one. Cadillac. If they're not electric, they're hybrids. So you got all these other. It's a lot of competition now. And Tesla, the only reason Tesla is still what it is just first mover advantage. And they have the Tesla superchargers and stuff like that. So I think as time goes on, though, I do see Tesla losing its steam because the market will be saturated, right? There's going to be a lot more cars on the road. Instead of there just being Ford in America, there was Toyota. Now Toyota came along and they brought Lexus. Now the two best cars in America in terms of quality are Toyota and Lexus. Juicing up again here. Not really sure why, to tell you the truth. I guess the MACD is going to flip right here, so do I really play a stock based on the MACD flipping? Probably not. Maybe it's a good idea though. It's not really volatile. You can see all this area right here, right? I mean, flips. Yeah, and then you come down here. Last time we did do that though. Last time we did continue a trend up, so it could be, and we're pretty much in the exact same place. So It could continue to trend up, definitely, but is that worth the gamble? I guess we'll find out in the next couple of candles. I'm just not sure where to enter anymore. Like, I feel safer entering into puts now just because you can see where that big negative delta is. You can't, like, down here even, I'm just going to be honest, like, you would not know to enter there. I guess you could say, oh, we're flattened out, we'll come back up. But in all honesty, with the way that the gamma looks, is we can flatten out and go lower. That's possible. You can do, like, down a little bit, keep going down, keep going down, keep going down. And puts are being sold off right now, so, but so are calls. So if you would have played that MACD flip and you bought into that green candle, you're got to do this again. All right, let me turn off this. No, go ahead and look up, guys. Stay right there, camera. Come on, camera. Stay right there. There you go. Y'all look up there. I'll turn off the alarm so you don't listen to it. Always gotta do this, man. Always gotta do this, man. The alarm always hitting me up, man. If there's one person who hits me up every day, it's the alarm. All right, let's bring it back down, man. Turn back on motion, normal tracking. Love it. All right. We're an hour and a half in. We're up 170 something dollars. But yeah, look at that. MACD flipped. You would think, right? Those market makers are looking. Those market makers are looking. The two lines crossed. Time to go up. It's very, very hard to gauge that. Or at least trust it. Let's see if they're still talking.
Some pivotal structural changes that happened during the March crash that happened this year.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
When April 2nd came around and we did the liberation day where Trump was holding up that big billboard on in front of the White House saying I'm going to tariff these countries, all that kind of stuff. What did we see in the market that kind of structurally changed? Was there anything? Did it reflect in the data? Could we have found anything? Was it just a pullback because we've been so high, off a 5-year grind, or did something materially change underneath the markets? So last year we had about 75 cents of every single dollar in the world in circulation was in the U.S. stock market. Think about that for a second.
How much?
75 cents of every single dollar didn't find itself into the Chinese capital markets, not the Japanese capital markets, certainly not Canada. It found itself into the U.S. capital markets. And this pushed us to unprecedented highs here at around 61, almost 6,200 on the SPX. Just absolutely record-breaking levels of valuations across the board. Multiple $3 trillion cap companies. Mag 7 was ripping it. Post these tariff news and these tariff wars and with Trump, what we saw during the sell-off was, okay, the S&P 500, that took a dive. What else moves inverse to, normally moves inverse to the SPX? Gold.
Well,
so
okay.
Generally speaking, they have an inverse relationship.
Oh, inverse. Yeah.
Gold is an inflationary hedge.
And Bitcoin now.
It's a safety, quote-unquote, gold tanked. Why did it do that? Why did everything sell off? Why did crypto sell off? Well, we know why crypto sold off because it's not a hedge for anything, right? It's just a pump it up. But
largest one in the world.
When we see material structural changes like this, we have to ask ourselves, well, where did the money go? So, ABJ, you've been looking at right now that the Canadian dollar is getting stronger relative to the USD. Why is that? Why did it fall from 1.47? We were getting 47% bonus on all of the USD. We're only making 37% bonus now. So why is the Canadian dollar gone stronger when, we're getting tariffed too? Well, the money is leaving capital markets in the United States, right? So where did it go? It's not going to gold. It's not staying in US dollars. So people are selling it. Then obviously when you sell your stock, you're converting to US dollars. There's a demand for US dollars. And yet the USD is lower. So, okay, that tells us another clue that the money is not staying in US dollars. The denomination is being transacted elsewhere. Where? Is it in the euro dollar?
Middle East.
No. Where has it gone? Interestingly enough,
Saudi
it's
Arabia?
gone actually to the Swiss franc.
Uh,
So if you actually look at the Swiss franc, specifically if you look at the Swiss treasuries, they've gone negative. And what does that mean? That means that the flight to safety out of the US dollar, out of America, out of capital markets, moved over to not the euro dollar, because even in a market crash, people don't want euros. um, it's moved over to the Swiss franc. And it's moved in there in such droves that institutions and hedge funds now have been paying the Swiss government to buy their debt. That's what negative yields mean. Right? So has some of that money started to come back? Sure. Yes, we've obviously pumped back up here to 5,900 roughly. But an important question to ask, and this is the context for the question.
oh my gosh, another miss.
What happens to the U.S. stock market when not 75 cents of every single dollar is finding itself back to the American capital markets? What happens when it's only 70 cents of every dollar? What happens when it's 69 cents of every dollar? Have we just seen potentially 6,200 on the SPX become a multi-year high? So that is to say we can come back up to 5,900. We can challenge 6,000 again. But will we actually materially break 6,200? Do we have enough dollars in the world that are still chasing American capital markets that we're going to push to new all-time highs? This has very serious repercussions if you're a long-term investor for, profits that you have in the markets, when we're talking about things like, Mag 7, when we're talking about semiconductors, when we're talking about defense stocks. So if not all of the 75 cents of every dollar is coming back in droves, if it's not coming out of the Swiss franc, if the US dollar is still weak, the demand's not there, then do we have enough liquidity right now to actually push us back up to all-time highs? And if we don't, then we're back into a stock picking market again. So this is not an a rising tide floats all boats kind of scenario like it has been for the last 5-6 years. You just throw a dart on the wall the last 5-6 years on anything you would have made money.
Yeah.
You can grind it, right? I know shots taken, we caught us straight. I'm sorry. But the interesting question to ask now is: are we in a stock picking market? Is 6,200 going to become a multi-year high? What happens when we get back there? Do we want to throw on some mini shorts, right? These are really good questions that I think if you just yourself and think from a macro perspective, they have impacts not just on your long-term investing, but also on your day trading as well. So that's what I'm going to add to that question. But it's a good question, MVP.
To mute that for a second, the negative delta at 5,800, which is above us, has now grown to 3.22 billion, which means it is now, what was it before? 2.5. So what is that? That's $700 million harder to get past that now. Wow. But if we did get past that and they had to buy that back, the market would literally run like freaking at least 100 points.
Like right now, we're going into summer. So like me personally, I start looking at energy stocks, anything travel related because of the summer market hitting. This is, for me, that's where I see value.
I love it, dude. That's part of my reasoning for buying airlines a couple months ago on their huge dump down. So I'm definitely long on like American, JetBlue, Southwest, all that stuff.
It's just, do people have the money? Because I'm on some subreddits, some travel subreddits, and people don't have money to travel now.
Other ETFs I've been looking at, I had mentioned Apple. I've been taking positions in bots, Robot. So those are ETFs that bundle in different AI and robotic tech companies. So if you're looking for exposure and you don't necessarily want to follow specific companies, you can look at those. Some of those are cheap, some of them are kind of expensive. So it just really depends on
Boring market.
what your budget allows for you. But I think that's there's a lot of room for growth in those because some of them are very, very cheap still. Yeah, they haven't seen, their maturity happen. So if you're looking for something that you could hold for a few years that, probably will give you a good return, I feel that those offer some great value right now.
I got two oddball names to throw out there that you guys would shake your head at. I recently created long positions in Moderna and Snapchat.
Snapchat is still
And,
around.
like I said, I don't care about headlines. I chase value. So it's definitely a wild card. I know those two names have horrible reputations, but
Yes.
especially Moderna. But if you look at the macro on those, and I'm talking like weekly, monthly, look at where they're trading. And if you don't even think it's good for a dead cat, like a dead cat from Moderna would give you, I don't know, $5 to $10 on shares. That should be great, you know. Snapchat, I'm only looking for $10, so we'll see if those things happen.
Let me look at
Marty, I
Snapchat.
bought the UNH dip, and it's doing great for me. I'm also long Humana and Pfizer as well in terms of healthcare names. But yeah, I like UNH. I think it's going to be volatile down here, but I'm net long on it for sure.
UNH is doing some pretty interesting projects with AI right now that I don't know. You guys as UNH shareholders, are you familiar with some of the stuff that they're working on?
Not really. I just know all about the controversy.
Oh my
behind
gosh, this market's boring today, bro.
any of their initiatives.
It just sucks that I don't know what the low is.
I have a friend of mine who's actually he works at UNH. They're straight up building in-house LLMs. And what are they trying to do with that? I'll give you one of the use cases. Does anybody know what a radiologist is? He's the doctor that lives the most cushiest 9 to 5. He looks at X-rays. He says, "Yeah, that looks bad. You got cancer."
That was actually what I wanted to go to school for. They get paid like $80,000 a year to do that.
It's the cushiest job in medicine. One of the things that they're doing right now at UNH is they're literally building an AI that will figure out all these radiology X-rays. It's going to put a lot of doctors, a lot of radiologists out of work.
I saw that video the other day where a radiologist was showing an X-ray, and AI identified every single node in the lungs that were cancerous or pneumonia. That's wild.
So that's just one of the use cases we're seeing now that UNH is pursuing. There's many other pipelines, but they are about to put a lot of doctors out of work in terms of, or at least certainly reduce the amount of doctors because they straight up just don't want to pay into that kind of system, right? So it's really interesting. Yeah, so Sanjay says AI will take over radiology, dermatology, pathology. Yeah, you are a physician. Yeah, lots of use cases for automation. I mean, you're seeing, unfortunately, a lot of people are getting automated right now. So this is really a good time to learn about the markets, learn about being savvy. And you guys are obviously in great hands because of this amazing team here. But I mean, there's a lot of tech guys that just can't find work right now. They're not the only ones getting automated. This AI thing that's coming in is we haven't even started agentic AI, which is about to launch probably in about a year or two from now, and that's where AIs are going to start acting as individual agents talking to each other. Right now, you have an interface. You talk to ChatGPT, right? So you tell it, hey, what's ABC? It fetches some data for you, parses it through. It passes. It's pretty good at that. Can it actually, create Excel spreadsheets for you? To some extent, maybe. What if you asked it more complex tasks, like, I need you to do,
It's so crazy how far we've made it just in the last 20 years. I'm 28. I'm going to be 29 this year. I remember when I was like 8 or 9, maybe 10 or something, having a PlayStation 2. Or no, I think it was a PlayStation 1 at the time. Why is my camera red? What the heck? Why is the camera red? Standard? Motion? Why is it red? Huh. Uh-oh, that's not good. Is this off? No, that's working. Camera's red, though. Why is it red? Hello? Wake up. Let me open up Loom. Why did I just do that? Yeah, the camera has just now given up. What? No, now it's back. What? I really hope that this is working. Explore OBS bot may update now. I kind of can't update right now. Hopefully this was working, dude. If this wasn't working, that's gonna suck. Huh. I don't know how long that's been red. I mean, it says we have an hour and 45 minutes of recording right now. So let's see. I want to see if it shifts to 1 hour 46, but who knows if I missed all that stuff. I mean, I haven't gotten into any trades, which is fine, but I don't like that it was red. I don't know why it did that. It's still pushing up, though. Man, trading this it's just a guess every time. I mean, I guess I could have taken the guess that we would have, I don't know. Calls are being sold off and we're going up.
Target, probably. I'll look through the options chain, but it's probably going to be Friday again.
I gotta keep looking up there now to see, make sure it's working.
Another 200%er gap down on the weekend. Yeah, thumbs up if you took that put from last night. I know I came in like out of nowhere just to say I'm in shorts and swinging puts. Hey, what's up?
I think we might go back up to here and go back down 5,800.
Got 530 calls for $5. They're on like 172% right now.
Nice.
It's worth a
Also,
shot.
OKLO is paying me.
It's worth a shot to short up here again.
EU, Centrus Energy. Those two are definitely my breadwinners today. Aqua is just like straight squeezing.
Jeez. I'm boring. I got TSLL paying me right now. TSLL, Soxel.
Alright, so if we come up to here, I might go short.
That's hurting a lot.
Because there still is $2.7 billion of negative delta.
I still have some shares there.
So I would short there.
We're waiting for something. So here we are. We're about to smack up against that 5,800 again. I think it's probably gonna be the same scenario that we short again as soon as we touch 5,800. That'll probably be. Let's see if we get a short in there and then hit my profit goal, and then I'm actually gonna close my brokerage from there. But I think there's one more trade in me must show.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my mouse on it just to make sure.
Question for Spy Darkpool: what time frame do you set for 0DTE? So I don't use Darkpool as much as I used to. I found that it's a little bit too much in my charts, and I figured that there's other things that I've been focusing on now as of late. So, Yumana, I know you still use Darkpools.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer this question here?
Yeah, I was gonna tackle that. So, Spoofy, one thing I'll just kind of clarify your question first. 0DTEs refer specifically to options, so they don't apply to dark pools. 0DTEs are expiry dates on options contracts. Dark pools are tracking equities, so this is raw shares. So your 0DT is referring to like a SPY contract, at a particular strike for a particular expiry. The dark pools we're talking about actual SPY shares here. What is the time frame that you set? What I like to do is I like to look at them day by day because I like to see what are the largest orders for the day of. Were there any notable orders that came in, even say today?
I'm thinking of what if we bought calls, like we took this as a better value long, and then we sell when we're up here. You seeing what I'm saying? Like, what if we did that? I mean, there is no guarantee that there's no guarantee that we just go straight up to there. You see here, we went to about where we are right now, actually. We went to here, 48. What? Where'd my thing go? All right, let's do it again. We went to here, and right there. So we don't necessarily have to go straight up there. We can go flatten out here, maybe even dump a little bit and then go try to work towards it. But I think that's what I'm thinking as well, is that we get up to this point, and is that the 200 all the way up there? Wow. Look how low we are under that. We'll see, though. We'll see. If we do get up there, it's not gone. There's $2.67 billion that does not want it to go higher than that. So the idea was, though, yeah, what if we bought calls on the way back up? That would have been some really good money. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's actually so smart, right? You know what the MVC is. The MVC was above us, so it wanted to go back, trend back towards that. There was no real reason to go. There's no real reason to go lower. So let's see what happens here. This was a rejection point up here. Rejected, and then it came back up. You saw how it struggled again. Same exact place. And then it came up. It actually wicked off right there. Came up and came right back down. I hate when this happens, though. Like, you see how they wicked it off super strong? It makes you think that we're going to go lower. But in reality, the real entry point was right up here. All right, so let's see. Let's see what happens. Do we bounce off this little resistance point here?
The bottom that we had was around mid-March. Where did that stop before we started bouncing up on the entire, market? March 14th. Where was March 14th? 207 on Apple. It's a very, very large order. So what happens on, Liberation Day, April the 2nd? We gap down. Where do we gap down to? Exactly 207. That singular order is the largest I've ever seen in my career. That was we gapped down from basically 224 a share right at 207, and we basically continued falling until we hit about $168 a share on Apple. Since then, you've seen Apple come up on this rally, and it's really been meeting a lot of resistance at this 207 level. I mean, you can see it.
We're starting to see resistance here as well. Look at that. Same spot up here.
$207 a share. Why? It's an extremely large level, and this was a singular order that came in, right? So, not only looking at the specific time frames, spoofy, but you have to do accumulation. And another really great way to look at this is to see, are these singular orders? Is this one person buying $30 billion worth of a stock? Or are we talking about like an aggregation? These multiple parties coming in together to buy, $30 billion worth of a share. There's only a handful of players in the market that can put on a $30 billion position. You can count them basically in your hand. So these are basically the creme de la creme of institutions that can put on positions like this. So dark pools will teach you a lot about stuff that's being positioned. And even though this order came in about 2 years ago, it's still having an effect on the market to this day.
Knowledge. The knowledge bomb. We're still coasting. Look how slow this momentum is right now. We're stuck. We are stuck.
Yeah, key pivot areas on both of the indices. For me, SPY 577 and change is that area, and then it's a little wider on the Qs. That zone between 507 and 510 something, but marinating there all day.
I'm looking at 5,800 on SPX, so just like 6 points, 5 points up from here is is where I'd like to short again. But until we get there, I just no. I don't want to be participating in a long hold like this.
That 58.30 that was mentioned earlier in the session makes sense to me.
Let's see. In terms of news, there's no more news as of late. I only see these two. But this is done already.
I think we do trend up
Trump
towards
after
this.
the USA lunch. Might be a really good time to like take a stretch.
So this is the initial place where you can see it's kind of struggled. We're there right now, and then we blow through it. But this right up here is
I'm actually going to sign off here. I'm already done trading for the day. So
boo.
Thanks for having me. Love talking.
Trading never ends.
I'm going to go enjoy a long 4-day weekend. So I'll talk to you guys.
Boo.
Talk to you guys when I talk to you guys. But ABJ, I still owe you $15, so we're going to set some time apart. We're going to go do something.
For sure, man. Thank you very much. And yeah, thanks for tuning in, hanging out with us. It's always nice to get some guests up here. Have a good weekend, man.
IV is still
Yeah, man.
32%.
See you guys. Have a good one.
Later, man.
Very good.
I guess not
Cheers.
horrible. Could
So
have worse.
London's closed now. We just got a golden sweep for MSTR right now, right as London closed. Bullish, May 30th, so next week, 400 calls. 1.88 million. So that's pretty aggressive. It's pretty short. It's also out of the money by $24. So I'm wondering if they're picking up value there because it's obviously out of the money is very risky. We're still continuing to eyeball these levels. You can take a look here on the SPX 5800 still is the most negative strike. I just really don't know where we're going to go because again, it's a negative target above us, which acts as resistance. So the only trade that I see so far for myself is like as soon as we get to 5800, it's really just to try to short again. We're getting there really close now. We're just $2 away. But
Yeah.
eyeballing it on ES 5800 would be 5812-ish. So from where I shorted from earlier. Just gonna watch it very closely. As soon as we touch that, if I see a turn, I'm gonna start putting in some market orders.
What would be weird is we get up there and we just blow through it. All right, we're getting close.
We're just about there now.
Getting
We're going
close. The thing is, the puts are really being
away.
sold
Don't
off.
believe this is the time where we pump it back up. It just doesn't seem likely that we buy that delta back. Best in time. Let's see. Yes, we do have a Fed speaker right now, right?
Oh, that changes things. That changes things. Market manipulation loading. It's going to make you think to go short here.
Now, this is new. Should be new high of day soon. We're really close to it now.
Well, here we are.
By a few pennies.
Do we go short here? What is this negative delta at right now? 2.26 billion, so it's still a lot, and we blew through it.
I don't think it's live, is it?
We.
Oh, it is live. That's new high of day.
Yep.
Wait for the turn.
$2.21 billion.
Oh, there is a live video feed from Bloomberg.
Trying to see. So up here it hit it. Tried it again. Tried it again. That's when it came down. Up here it just hit it and just came straight down. Let's see. $2.20. It's like sort of getting bought. It's just a lot of money to try to be, you know. 2.18. You can see how hard it is up here to get past.
There's no turn yet here. This is new high day. Yeah, it is on YouTube right now on Bloomberg. If you guys wanted to watch it.
That's a lot of money these guys are gonna have to buy. 2.07 billion now, so still going down. 2.10 now, 2.07. So it's just kind of shifting back and forth.
We'll turn the lo-fi off for now.
Yeah, look how they get you. You would think to go short there. Literally a perfect pair. 1.93 billion now. Ooh, I should have got in there. I should have got in there. At the top there. 2.17, so it is growing again. 2.16. Man, dude, that's spooky, dude. We could just continue up and just. Let me check the 2-minute. $2.06 billion still, so we're stuck there. We're still stuck here. Don't know how much more we go over 5,800. Good job being patient, though. Oh, am I being too patient? Am I being too patient? $2.02 billion still, so it hasn't gone away. We haven't really moved above 5,800 too much. We're 250 over it. It's just a lot of calls being bought. There's 3 million calls, 500,000 puts. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
Big push.
Yeah.
Holy crap. That's why you stay patient, guys. That is why you stay patient. So that negative delta is down to 1.65 billion now. Was that, should we have taken a long there when we seen that we were over it? Wow. What a run up. MVC is now behind us, though. What is that negative delta at now? 1.5 billion. Do we, is this it? Is this the turn? I don't know. Let me see, did it grow again? 1.73. So the 200 was right there. Yeah. see if a green candle takes this now. Dang it. Ah, that was the high. Right back, guys. Now it's $2.18 billion again. But we should go under it, right? Let me see if a green candle comes, if they try to, like, manipulate it a little bit, but... Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can wait for a green candle. Because now we're using this as support. But that negative delta is 2.04 billion, so it's grown again. $2.11 billion, so it's still there. Green candle, but dude, the calls are spiking now, and we're over that negative delta now. Now it's 1.9 billion. Bro, we could just flatten out here. We could literally just do this before we come back down. Yeah, that's the thing that sucks here. It could either go straight down or it could just flatten out here. I don't know. It seems to be using that top green trend line that I made as support. You can probably barely even hear this.
Not gonna take a trade till he's done talking.
Let's talk about two pieces. But so before I was with you just now, I was with a group of community bankers. So we are doing a substantial amount of financial deregulation to make sure that the benefits are more evenly distributed across the U.S. economy. That, as I said before, Wall Street's done great. Now it's time for Main Street to do well also, and they can both do great together. It's not an either or. So when I was with these community bankers, they were talking about the substantial amount of regulation that's been crushing them over the past 10, 15 years. And a huge amount of small business loans, huge amount of real estate loans, ag loans are made by these community banks. So we are really focusing on that. On U.S. business, we want to make the U.S. the most attractive location for capital. You and I were talking, I was just with the president of the Middle East. We were in Saudi, we're in Qatar, and we're in the UAE. And the trillions of dollars that are going to be pushed into the U.S.
One form of regulation that gets a lot of attention in New York and on Wall Street is banking regulation. Let's talk about the supplemental leverage ratio, which seems like an obscure thing off to the side, but it has been the subject
Market's
of
still flat.
And it does, as I understand it, relate
Data
to
shows
US
calls
Treasuries
being bought.
and yields on U.S. Treasuries, so that if major banks held more U.S.
15
Treasuries,
minutes till
it
lunch,
would bring,
just about.
it would bring yields
A
down.
notorious
You've
time
said
of
you're going to take more of an
manipulation
active
in the
role, as I
markets.
understand it, with respect to some of that banking regulation. Where are we with that?
I think he's gonna talk right up
I
into
think
it.
we are very close to moving the supplementary leverage ratio, SLR. that is moving along very quickly between the three banking regulators, the Fed, the OCC, and the FDIC. So I would think we could see something on that over the summer.
Over the summer, and knowing the markets as you do, would you anticipate that might have a significant material effect on Treasury yields?
Well, I think it could, because banks are being penalized for holding treasuries. There's a large supplementary leverage charge. So I think for holding the risk-free asset, we can reduce that. And I've seen estimates that it could bring yields down by tens of basis points. Certainly during the COVID crisis, it was temporarily taken off, and it had a big effect.
Let me ask something different, but I think might be related, which is stablecoin. If really we went big into stablecoin in this country, what effect could that have on the strength of the dollar? Because people might have to hold dollars in order to match against them, or even for treasuries.
Well, we are going big on digital assets. So Trump administration has
crypto.
made digital assets a priority. Past administration starved and almost made extinct a lot of these companies and pushed it offshore. So what we want to do is apply the highest U.S. regulatory and AML standards to digital assets, especially stable coins. And I've seen estimates that just over the short term, stable coins could create $2 trillion of demand for U.S. Treasuries and Treasury bills. To put that in context, the number is probably about $300 billion right now.
There are reports, including on Bloomberg, that there may be, if I can call it, privatization of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, something that's been talked about since I think they were nationalized, essentially, during the Great Financial Crisis. I heard the president say, I'm going to ask Scott Bessent about this. So has he asked you, and where does that stand?
It is a goal for this administration. Again, we're doing peace deals, tax deals, trade deals. So as we land some of those deals, then we will focus on that. But David, what I can tell you, we are doing a great deal of studying at Treasury, because the one requirement for this privatization is that they are privatized in such a way that mortgage spreads do not widen. And in fact, is there a way that we can make the spread between the risk-free rate and mortgages tighten as the Fannie and Freddie are privatized?
That was exactly my question. So do you know the answer to the question? Is there a way to do that? Because most people are concerned that will drive up mortgage rates.
Sure. There are several ways to do it, and we're exploring it. So we will move forward. Again, after we land some of the peace deals, trade deals, and tax deals, then we will work on this privatization deal.
One of your many responsibilities has to do with taxation and the IRS. I know that you are really pushing hard for modernization of the IRS. At the same time, we've lost a lot of people to the IRS. Isn't that hurting their ability to do their job?
So, David, my three priorities: collections, privacy, and customer service. And if we look over a long view,
Yeah,
we have
bureaucratic
a lot of people at the
institution
IRS.
giving
There was a
customer
massive
service.
headcount increase
Get out of here.
from the Inflation Reduction Act, and back to this crazy CBO scoring. By increasing expenses, there was the scoring that you would actually somehow up collections, which didn't happen. So we had a great collections year this year, came in above target, and this modernization program, the tech modernization program,
I gotta use the bathroom.
was begun in 1990.
I use the bathroom so bad. I don't think the market's gonna move until I come back. Hopefully it doesn't. Standard. I gotta go use the bathroom, bro. I'll be back.
So
It's not following me, is it?
15 billion over budget. It's $3.5 billion a year budget. I think it's running on COBOL, which is what I may have learned in college, on 12 different systems. So we are going to fix that, and I think all three of my priorities are going to be served, and I think it could be substantial savings to the American people, because the IRS roughly processes as many transactions as a mid-sized U.S. bank which does it at 10% of the number of people, 10% of the cost.
President Trump said a while ago, posted actually on social media, that they were in the process of removing the tax exempt status from Harvard. Been a lot of issues at Harvard, but that's one that comes within your bailiwick. Where is that process right now?
The president is moving forward with that, and we're also looking at taxes on endowments. And I think the important thing here, and it goes a little bit back to this Main Street versus the elites, that Harvard, to have a tax exempt status, there are rules you have to follow, and if you're not following the rules, no one's above the law. So we will see if they're following the rules. It looks like there's a substantial number where perhaps they weren't. And again, too, Harvard is a gigantic hedge fund. They run a leveraged investment model. So we'll see where all that goes.
Is it Harvard alone, or are there other universities or colleges that also might be subject to review on tax exempt status?
I haven't seen that, but again, back to cutting government expenses. These things are more out of control. The universities, they are more out of control than the government. That there is a separate inflation index. It's called like the Index of Higher Education Inflation Index, and most of the expenses have grown at CPI plus 3%. So they need to get their houses in order.
Let's go back to Banff, because you just got back from the G7 meeting. And the communique, as I read it, really focused on imbalances. What were the imbalances you're most concerned about?
Well, I think the group as a whole was very concerned
Should I get in here?
about the global imbalances around China. That China
Crazy.
just keeps
I'm short again.
increasing their share of
Ah,
global
dang it! I got in late.
and has not done a much
We're below
needed
5,800.
adjustment in terms of consumption. And
Once
as
it gets back
I
below VWAP.
predicted, I normally don't like to take victory laps, but I did predict it, and I
Could be
was
wrong
right.
here.
I said when the U.S. put up the tariff wall, that all those Chinese goods would go somewhere.
Did we just
And I think the other
look at that?
the G6 has seen that these Chinese goods are starting to permeate into their economy.
I want to go short too.
Worried about it. But there's a whole series of global imbalances. We have
I'm going to. I'm going to go short.
deficit with the EU.
Oh, I missed
So
it.
we'd like to see more
I'm like in the position, but I can't get in.
And but the real thing.
All right, I'm
when
in.
I think about China and the rest of the world, especially the U.S. In the U.S.,
Uh-oh.
we're trying to rebalance toward more manufacturing, mostly high-end manufacturing, not the kind China has. Everyone agrees that China needs to rebalance toward less manufacturing, more consumption. And is there a chance that we could do it together? What Ray Dalio might call
Nice,
a beautiful
nice,
rebalance.
nice.
So as I understand, I'm not a macroeconomist, as you know.
Bring it down, bring it down.
When you have
Bring it
these
down.
imbalances, it means we're
Come on, bring it down.
things, and we're exporting dollars, essentially, overseas. A lot of those dollars have been coming back to us
Uh-oh.
in various forms,
No.
particularly U.S. treasuries. Can you have a rebalancing, for example, with China, or with Europe for that matter, that doesn't necessarily
Come on, bring it down.
yield on
Let's go. Short's doing well.
less dollars overseas?
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out that trade. Good money. Good money. Some more good money, guys.
Balances weren't
Could have went lower. Could have went lower.
in
Hold on. Oh, they're still in it. Oh no, I sold too early.
NQ is below VWAP. Yes, there's a chance.
Let me turn it down a little bit just so I can go over. Actually, let me turn this one up to about midway. Yeah, so we were right here. Actually, no, we were like right here. You see where the dotted line is? I saw that and I was like, bro, we're using everything as support. Right, so we took these people out. Either way, realized profits and loss. We just made another $140, another 18.6% return. I'm not going to be mad about that, guys. I'm not mad about that because we made $180, 21% gain, another $140, 18% gain. Imagine it imagine if we had $100,000 in this position and we just made an 18% gain. Isn't that like $18,000? You would be super happy with that. On my account, I am happy with a $140 gain. That puts us up now to $316 on the day. So I gotta refresh my stream here. Puts us up to 316 on the day. Very good, very good. Got the account back to 11,587. Now let's go ahead and see. I don't know if I want to continue to go short here because now we are under that negative delta and it's back to $2.82 billion. Again, we're under that MVC. Definitely could continue to trend lower, but in this place right here, it's like we took these, like we flattened out here and we took and like we went up, right? So we took all those people out. All these people that got in here, you know, those are now gone. So I think that's satisfied as well. Let's see, what else do we have here? So that could be another trend, right? Right? We can make another trend right there. Right at this low right here. Look at that. Let me go. I got to pick it up to make it even. Ooh, that's not straight. 57.94, 54. Look at that, guys. So let's go to done. You see how right on it, right on that, right on this, and you can even take this back and go all the way back here if I can just make sure I have it correct. You see? That's what kind of worried me. I saw that happening. Looks like we're going through it right now, but yeah, you just never know though, right? That can be a pivot point right there. So that's why I ended up selling that one. I'm going to get rid of that one just because I can have a little less stuff on my screen. What I will do is, actually, do we need this one anymore? Maybe. I don't think so. I mean, that was, because this was where we kept going off. Actually, I'm going to keep that just because that negative delta still exists. So let's go ahead and we'll just make this go all the way out so I don't have to worry about it. I guess that's okay. It's about 10 cents off. That's fine. And then this one, we'll keep it. I should have held on to the short. I'm looking at it right now. It's about 1 penny off. That's fine. Oh, if I would have held on to it. Kept going down, guys. Kept going down. But I'm not going to be mad about an 18% gain. No way. No way. No way. Nope, nope, nope. No one's going to make me upset about that. Did we miss out on more? Yeah, but it could have easily just recovered and kept going up. All right, let's go back to Besant.
That's really what worries me the most.
And on deregulation, how long will it take till we actually see it in productivity?
Well, I think we're going to see it in
Democrats,
the
he says.
economic numbers in the third.
Come on, I want to see ES come down towards that VWAP. We're just holding this level now.
Yeah,
It's not too bad.
Again, that when you ask me what worries
Yeah.
me, it is
You should see it.
we
Come
need
on.
a substantial permitting reform. That we
He held on longer than me, but he had a better entry too.
that we have
My entry was like somewhere here. His entry was probably like up here somewhere.
AI superpower. Well, that's going to take a lot of electricity. So you're going to need energy pipelines. You're going to need transmission.
Ooh,
And
boost that
the
energy.
fact
Let's go.
That we have, that it takes 3, 6,
Hey man, y'all ain't beating China. I'll tell you that right now.
what worries
China's still
me
number
is
one.
the
Yo,
summer
I
we
bought the
get
China
bogged
dip.
down
It just
in
kind of
the
like
old morass
started
because
retracing a lot
this
lately.
administration really is trying to get America back to
No, but I bought Baba at like
One of the things that
80 and change.
Ooh, what's it at now?
I remember
It pumped to 148 and now it's trading at 120.
with you in the old office.
I mean, that's still pretty good. It's not too bad.
Where does
Yeah.
that stand right now? Because
I've been accumulating some Baidu, but I do think a better opportunity would be under 60. Something on that.
borrowing money to put in a sovereign
I'm
wealth.
watching China.
I think society
We all should, man. China is number one for a reason.
everything else that we're doing now.
Number one, man.
So, and
ES
said the other
struggling
day
here.
that would probably spend more time
Come on now.
paying
Don't
down
you do
debt.
this.
You know, he is laser focused on paying down debt.
And you're prepared if it doesn't go the way you want to do other adjustments to make sure we are paying that debt.
target is ES below the WAP. That's where I want to
faster than
get rid of my
short.
position.
The reason we got here was that think about taking out a home mortgage. It's fine if the value of your house is stable or growing faster than the debt. What's happened is, you know, the previous administrations took out a big mortgage.
Come on, boys, let's go. Who's still holding this short?
Not me.
Flush it, baby.
I'm out of it.
Flush it, bye bye.
Up the growth, and that changes the trajectory. Because going back to this CBO scoring, which is alien to anything that makes sense, that if you cut taxes, they still score
Oh, damn.
1.7, 1.8%.
Gallywag Johnson pointing out MicroStrategy.
Go through. It would be
What a
the
flush.
biggest tax hike.
No, that's not good.
Growth stays at 1.8%.
Down $31 on the day.
Let me see MicroStrategy.
MSTU is not looking hot.
It would be that somehow
Whoa, MicroStrategy down $31 today.
glitch and the tax bill.
How much are the puts today? How much, if you had bought a put yesterday, 1,400% returns.
To push for the July date that Leader Thune has.
Last question. Growth is critical to your approach, to the president's approach.
We're in the
Growth
New York
is
lunch as
what
well
you're
now.
backing and when, 'cause right now we're
Thank
not
you,
close
thank
to
you.
3% growth.
Look,
MSTU, why you gotta do this to me?
3%.
That's a rough hit for me.
I wish they would let Besson talk.
How quickly is a pretty good rate?
I
Months,
think
quarters, years?
quarters.
Quarters will be
Yeah.
at 3%.
Yes.
Sustainable.
Yeah, look, I think we were in the middle of, you know, as I talk to industry, this U.S. innovation edge, we are starting to see real productivity increases like no other country is. I think with the deregulation, with the certainty from taxes, and with this full expensing, which from 2018, 2019,
This is a hard hold for ES. Again, if you like what you see, just take it off. But I want to see below VWAP. If it doesn't, I'm just gonna close it up for break even. This is just a little bit extra, anyways. It's not ideal.
Mr. Stern, I can't thank you enough for being here. Really appreciate it. That is the
How's he break? Oh, I guess if it went up.
Nope, data is not showing me the target lower. I'm totally against it. All I want to do is be below 5,800. And he's done.
All right, cool. I wish they would have let him. I wish it would be like one of those things where they kind of just let him speak, right? So we can hear everything. Because a lot of times, especially listening to Trump, you will get you get clues. Actually, even listening to Bessent, right? You get clues as to where they want to go, right? So where he said the thing with the stable coins, they want to implement stable coins. They want to implement a digital currency to help boost the U.S. economy, right? You want to be able to listen to all of these different things so that way you can make a good play. But when they start talking about, you know, random side things, that does make it a little bit hard, but it's cool. I think I got the gist of what he was trying to say. Basically, it was pretty, I mean, look at it. It was, he didn't say anything bad. Everything was pretty level-headed with what he said. So, market is running back up. I sold at a good time, it seems. Again, here, like, for anyone who may be new to trading, if you've made it this far into this stream, 2.5 hours, bro, congratulations. There's no indication that that big green candle right there was going to just spawn. At all. Actually, he was in shorts. Let's see. What do you say?
I work from home. I work at my desk, so I'm just kind of AFK unless summoned, I guess.
Just want to make sure, man. Just want to make sure. This might be an add-on to a short. But again, it's really tough shorting because we don't have a target. We don't have a gamma target down low. I just continue to short every time we get anywhere near 5,800, and I just kind of wait for the turn. For what I believe is a turn.
It's still $2.42 billion there, so
I'm gonna migrate some meat. I'll come back shortly.
we've slowly trended
Sounds
up.
like you're trading just to trade. I was trying to hit my profit goal. I'm 60 $50 away, but I think that's good. It looks like, yeah, long shot. Cycle says this looks like a channel up into a dump later. Yeah, I think there's going to be opportunities after New York City lunch. Again, Trump is signing executive orders right at the top of the hour, so 1 p.m. EST, 10 a.m. PST. We will have words from Trump. He probably going flush us down.
Whoa.
Juice down.
Yeah, like how would you know? How would you know?
No itchy trading.
How would you know, dude? Where did that just come from? Look at that. Wow.
This is what I originally wanted. I wanted a touch of VWAP.
What the heck, dude?
Unbelievable. MST, man, come on, dude, down 15%. Dude, Bitcoin, why are you doing this to me?
Why did that just spawn that? Look at the manipulation, guys. That is manipulation, bro. Look how you just trend. Out of nowhere, you have these two huge green candles just spawning out of nowhere, and then straight down. That's manipulation.
Kind of, I thought Ethereum would do its thing and like follow through, but it is absolutely not doing the same thing. Not getting the same interest as it is.
What a freaking candle. Now it's like, do we continue down? Do we have one of these situations where big
But that's okay.
trend down?
All right, cool.
Or
Shall be back shortly here.
Or do we have the strong wick and come back up for some more manipulation?
Guys, again, we have some guest speakers here, Rizzler and Hollow. If you guys have any questions,
That boy Rizzler.
feel free.
I think he's...
Chat. I know you guys got some
There was one
questions.
guy who I talked to.
Trader Help Hotline.
He was great. I forgot what his name was.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'll be back shortly here.
I'm not seeing it in the data to go
Not
up.
so much,
I don't really
questions
go down either.
in regards to specific tickers.
Mm.
Like financial advice. You guys are just looking for tickers to trade. I would say if you like HIMS, if you like a specific stock, like do a little bit more research on it. We're not here to do your research for you.
Getting
We're
kind of
gonna go over
hungry.
trades and talk about how it is living life as a day trader, man. It's really
Yeah, my ops are out there sweating, bro. My ops are out there sweating. I'm over here about to go grab some food real quick, bro. Let's go. That's hella G, bro. My ops out there sweating, bro. Keep sweating. Hey, keep sweating, bro.
General questions, you can get deep for sure. Just like we try to stay away from like specific tickers. Like we'll talk about the tickers that we've looked at, but if you're asking us to research a ticker for you, it's not that's a little bit not that useful with of our time. Okay, cool. Be right back.
Yeah, for sure, PPG. Big Discord. We want to be careful with how we approach certain answers. I think is mainly the theme of our response there. But I will say, when you look at tickers, just look at value, right? You're gonna put your money into something hoping that it gives you more money. So assess every chart that you look at, starting with larger time frames and work your way down. Obviously, do some due diligence on the company, see what they do. Do they have competitors? Are they innovative? Are they an up-and-comer, right? You have to assess risk in that regard and then determine where value lies on that chart for you. And I posted the picture of him in the chat on, what is that, the monthly time frame? Ask yourself, does that look like value? Rizzler, do you use quant data?
I've been starting to, since I've been hanging in the Discord with Apple, I've been studying it more, trying to get a better understanding of it.
Yeah. I will say, sorry, go ahead.
Right.
Um,
I mean,
Alright, back.
Support and resistance.
Sorry, I had a phone call. I had a phone call. Ugh. I had a phone call.
So if I'm investing in anything, it has to.
Man, shit up with that investing, man. Shit up, man. My ops are out there sweating. I know I'm gonna talk all this crap and blow this 300 I made today. Nah, because we're patient. What's that? That was weird. That was a manipulation candle. Oh, no, calls started to get bought up. It's always so weird to me to see. I mean, I guess, yeah, you can't just have the market go down all day unless we started high, but we started low. You can't really expect the market to just dump all day. There's always going to be a buyer somewhere. Do we go short again if we go up to 5,800? It's still there. It's still $2.93 billion. Puts are starting to get really bought up though, because we were at 11:48. Let's make it easy. 11:50. Right? That was 20 minutes ago. We had 584,000 puts. 20 minutes later at 12:10, we have $1.4 million worth of puts. So that's interesting. Contract statistics, though, show $446 million of premium in puts and $363 million in calls. So it's weird. It's weird because both calls and puts are getting bought. Oh, and this is why I like being in Quant Data's Discord server. I did not know that Trump was signing executive orders at 1 p.m. Like, if you don't have a network, and I can't really call them my network. I have never networked with these guys, but if you don't try to surround yourself with people who are in the same space as you trying to be successful, you're never going to win. When I started day trading, I started doing it by myself. I thought that I could just hop on YouTube and, I'll just know exactly what to do, right? You watch a couple videos, now you're an expert. When you actually get into the thick of it and you understand that you need to know every single piece of news that comes out. It's not, you can't just look at half of the news and say, I'll just look at this half. I don't really care what this half does. You have to look at everything. That one day where the 20-year bond auction happened, I had that listed as importance medium to low, and it absolutely dumped the market because investors from other countries don't want to invest in America, and it dumped the market. There wasn't many buyers, or the demand wasn't what was expected. So yeah, you just have to surround yourself with people who are actually they want to do this. Like you wake up in the morning and this is what you do, right? Like my bed is right there. I make it every morning. That's one thing. I make my bed now every single morning because it teaches me that discipline. It teaches you be disciplined. Not only do I make it, but I also lint roll it as well, right? I keep it super clean. I got that one with the Gain scent. Lint roll the bed, right? Get a little bit of that lint off. I have a dog, so maybe some of the hairs that falls off the dog, the fur that falls off the dog might get on the bed, right? Lint roll all that off, right? Disciplined. Walk the dog, get some fresh air, right? As soon as I get back inside, after I give my dog food and water, open up the data, open up the news. Right? I bought a whiteboard so I can write it down, so I can visualize it. And then things that I miss out on, I got these guys. These guys have been really helpful. And yes, I did spend, and I do spend, $50 a month to use this data. So, but you can't expect them to give this to you for free. Like, those people that sell courses, trash. Those people on Instagram that only post their wins, sickening, trash. I hate those people, dude. I see them all the time. I hate when they pop up. I always have to click not interested, but then when I click not interested, it stops showing me other stock trading things. I hate those people, bro. They literally post these, like, you know, the footage where, like, they're on top and then the chart's at the bottom, and they're looking at it, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going in right here. And then literally a second later, 2 seconds later after they click buy, hey, look, I'm profitable. Look at these huge, big green candles just literally out of nowhere. They're not using any type of data. They're probably not using any technical analysis. They probably have no idea what they're doing. But you go to their bio on their Instagram, or maybe even TikTok. I don't use TikTok, but you go on their bios. What are they selling? Oh, follow my crash course. And then you have the worst ones. Oh, this is my free course. Yeah, this is my free course. It's like Call of Duty, right? No, you can't even say that. It's like Fortnite. All right, y'all remember Fortnite? It's a free game, but you want this skin? You want this emote? Oh, you gotta pay us. Oh, I can't give that for free. But it was free. The game was free. Yeah, game's free. Play it. I'm giving you this for free. But all this stuff over here, that's locked behind a paywall, buddy. Give me money. Worst, bro. Those are the absolute worst people. I actually have 2 friends who have Patreons, but they're not selling a course. And I actually created a Patreon as well, but they're not courses. It's for, like, what I'm doing right now live. Like, I mean, live as in right now, which posted after the fact. This would be live to the people on the Patreon. They would see the entries and exits as soon as it happens. That's fine, right? As long as you're not giving, and I'm not giving any investment advice. I'm not telling them to buy anything. I'm not saying, hey, buy SPX right now and wait for it to hit this mark and sell it. I am not a financial advisor. But if somebody sees, hey, wow, this guy, he wins more than he loses, you know, I think that's okay. As long as the person who you're paying, as long as whatever you joined is actually making those trades. And a lot of people who sell these courses and stuff, there's no actual trades. It's just a bunch of words. Hey, look at this fair value gap down here, right? We're going to hit this down here. And then these technical analysis charts right here, right? So you see how this is doing this. And then you have a green candle. You have a red candle. Oh, by the way, guys, you can change the colors of the candles. Yeah, I did that. And I started making more money. Eat a Frank. Eat a Frank, buddy. All right. I'm able to go on these rants because the market's not moving, but neither is the data really. I will say, not sponsored by them. If you're going to pay for anything, I would recommend QuantData. That's it. That's the only thing I would recommend, right? Unless you're going to go into something where you just want to follow somebody else's trades. The other option would be QuantData. You see me zoom out, bro. Come on, what you doing? Man, zoom out, bro. There you go. Oh, the other option, the only thing I could recommend would be QuantData. If you wanted to learn yourself and you wanted to just sit here for, you know, a day, 2 days, 3 days, a week, a month, whatever, and just like full on, like make this your life. And I will say that day trading, a majority of people for day trading, some people can make it work, right? Because they're already rich. But if you're getting into day trading, you are not just going to flip a switch and you're going to, I mean, look at me. I have an account with $11,000 and I made $316 today. I cannot go out and buy a Bentley. I can't do it, bro. I cannot go out there and buy a mansion, right? Not yet. But as we scale this account, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a fast car. Probably not. I don't like driving. Maybe I'll get a nice house, right? That would be something that I would really like. Something with a big yard, right? Get a big yard so that way my dog can run around. So that way my wife and my child can go outside and garden. That's the type of life I want. I want them to be happy. That's why I do this. That's why I stopped delivery driving for $200. So that's it, right? Either you're going to follow somebody else and just follow their trades and hope that they're good, or you learn yourself. What better way to learn than have the data, quant data? And I do have a friend also that uses unusual whales. I think they cost the same amount of money. I just decided to use quant data, and this is what I fell in love with. It's a shame. They got to start paying me. Hey, start paying me, bros. I need some money. Oh, man, where are we going to go? So we are under the net exposure, $3.15 billion right now above us. So it's just every time you do get close to it, of course, some of those people are going to sell. But to sell $3 billion worth of, their exposure, it's a lot. It's a lot of money to sell off. For me to buy calls, I just don't know what the lows are. It's hard to calculate it out. Like, was this a low? I guess so, right? Because we went down here. You can see the dotted line. And then we went up from there. But then again, back down here. It's just in the data, there's no green deltas to tell you, hey, this is where we're buying. It's just wherever hedge funds and market makers think they want to buy, that's where they're going to buy. Let's see, what is the overall market doing? Take-Two, TTWO, I think will be a fantastic stock. I've been waiting for it to dip for a while, and it just hasn't. Since, August, it's just done nothing but go up. Actually, no, since 2022, early 2023, it's done very, very well, and that's with the release of Grand Theft Auto 6. I think once GTA 6 releases, I think Take-Two will absolutely take off. The only thing I don't like about the stock is it is now 12:22 p.m., and there's only 700,000 shares being traded. So I don't like that. I don't know if it would be something that I would trade options on. If I did, I think I would probably pick a June 18. And go to a call. 250 call. There's not much open interest in volume around those either, but it is also a risk because Rockstar can come out and say, sorry, delayed again. It's taken, over a decade to release Grand Theft Auto 6. But when that comes out, when GTA 6 comes out, I think Take-Two will explode because for the first day sales, like when they start doing pre-orders and there's like $5-10 billion worth of pre-orders. Not only that, could you imagine you buy the game and then you immediately sell like the shark card or whatever it's called in GTA, and you have this online, and ooh. And not only that, but you still have Grand Theft Auto 5, people playing that, leveling up in that, still buying stuff in that. Now you have GTA 6. Whee. That stock will explode. Here we are again, getting up to this 5,800 mark. Man, it's just difficult now to know where to short this. Calls are being bought, puts are being sold. The one thing we do have is that really big negative delta. that wants to bring us down, which we did pass up here. And you see, when we do pass it, we rocket up. And then you flatten out. That's one thing that I've gotten better with is I see these rockets happening. You know, you see this happening. You don't want to just get straight in. They do this red candle to try to manipulate you. If they don't get you there, they get you right here. And they make you think, oh, look at that. It's going to go just like that. But instead, it goes even higher. So it's all about just, you know, if you miss it, you miss it, right? Like this right here, I missed it, whatever. This right here, I missed it, whatever. But the thing is, you see that happen. You see it happen twice. And you're like, oh man, I just missed it twice. So what do? They bring it up. They bring it up even higher for you. You can make even more money. And then they pull the rug on you and they buy more. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. Put is definitely not a wrong move up here. I just don't know how we're going to go higher, a lot higher than this. Like I guess we can go up to there, but you can see every time we get up here, it like stalls. And I think it stalled out last time too, didn't it? Yeah, look, as soon as we got up there, it stalled and it tried to figure out, you know, where do we want to go? Last time it stalled out and it kept going up. This time it could stall out and go down. You know, when you're up here, you are following the data in the fact that, let's see, there is $2.23 billion saying, bro, no, we're going down. I think last time, though, we did get close to this 200. That could be a really, really strong resistance right there, though, too. I see a lot of calls being bought, though. $3.84 million worth of calls or premium, and $1.42 million worth of premium puts. Yeah, just puts on the contract statistic side of things. Puts are still. Let me look at the. What is it? 5,800. Let's see, 5,800, right there. That's weird. At 5,800, I'm seeing $44 million worth of calls and $34 million worth of puts. That's weird on SPX. I don't know why it's showing that. I've been looking for another thing to put here. Everything I put here just looks so... It's either not helpful or... Because even this, contract statistics is not helpful. I'm about to just get rid of it. But just, if I don't use it, I'm just taking up space on my screen that I can use for other stuff that I do use. Alright, juicing up a little bit more. Man, all these times I could have just bought calls if I had just known. If I had just known that this was the start of it. We are above 5,800 again. Let's see what the... It's still 2.11 billion. Still a lot. Still a lot of money. We would have to really go up. Like, it would have to really, really go up for that to sell off, and then we just explode up. Because there is a green gamma growing. $21 million worth, 58.50. But then there's another $3 billion that we don't get there either. All right, let's see. Back at this 200 EMA. What do we do here? Do we sell back down? Do we go up? I'm not seeing anything in the data that's really moving. Calls are just going crazy though. Almost $4 million dollars worth of premium on calls. I would have to see if this negative delta shrinks. If it does, calls. If it doesn't, puts. That's the ticket. It's like having a golden ticket, yeah. Let's see what... Are they speaking here?
Oh my god.
They are.
That's what happens when I eat on stream. So I'm like, I'm shooting right now, so I turn the camera off. So I don't know you guys, man. So here's that slowness now. I'm gonna attempt a short on ES. Let me give it a shot here.
Look at that rejection on Tesla.
It's gonna be my last trade for the day for sure. I don't think I want to throw in any more money. So we're short ES 58 1450. 58 1450. And we're trying to see if we get back to VWAP.
I think, yeah, I missed that. Dang it, I was looking away. And I was looking away. Yeah, so they definitely switched it up this time, whereas we leveled out here. This one's just up and down.
This is in for you guys. You guys can see it. Up 200 right now.
Dang, I really missed that. Ah! You
Not too
look
bad.
away from
Move
1
this off into
second,
green.
bro.
We're dumping. There we go. Who's short?
Not
Who's short?
me, man. I freaking missed it again.
Mario!
Ah, that sucks. To be fair, do we find a floor somewhere here that I could just ride up then? It just seems like we dump up, dump up, dump up.
And that's the dumper candle, boys. That's the dumper candle. We're gonna close it out right here.
Good trade. Oh, man. Literally watching it the whole
What's idea,
time
right?
and
Wait
still
for the turn.
not
Wait
getting
for the
in.
Turn. You guys see the turn with me? You guys see it? You guys understand it? The turn was the slowness. Started to slow down. We know that we don't want to be above 5,800, right? Why do we not want to be above 5,800? Who wants? Who knows the answer? Why are we shorting above 5,800 repeatedly today? That is all I did today, 3 times in a row. And now I'm going to close my brokerage because I'm done for the day.
Alright, so at that point, they're probably just going to talk about things that... I really missed that as well. You watch it the whole time. You never really know what's going to happen. Yeah, that was a good play. Shame. I wish if I was in that one, that probably would have been another 150, 130, 140 bucks. Maybe a little bit more. Those were pretty big candles. Yeah. Oh well. I'm tempted to try to no, because it's like every time I want to buy calls, I see this happening. Like very rarely has it happened where this happens. You know, you dump down and then you go right back up. Could make. Oh, my goodness! Wow, I really missed that garbage. Oof. All because I freaking looked away as this candle is forming. But it's like when you're already in this candle, you're chasing. Dang, that sucks. That was such a great play, too. Really, really good play. Wow. Really, really good play. Shame. I wonder... Look at that. Just continuing to dump. Right back up there. Right back down. Hmm. How low do we go now? Do we go under 57.90? Because there is $16 million at 57.90, which we did down there. Wow, dude. Literally the entire thing just got eaten up. Imagine riding it. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, imagine just riding it up and then just riding it down. I guess if you knew that it was going to happen like this. And now it's like with calls, it's like, bruh, do we just flatten out? I don't think we have a situation where we go up and then down and then up. I don't think that's going to happen, is it? Oh, okay. I guess it is. Man, those puts would have been so much money. I really got to lock in more during the day. Look at that. Dumps and then comes right back up. Jeez. Is it gonna try up here again? Like, what's going on here? Make sure my camera's working. Well, I guess while it waits to do that, I'll be back. Oh, we did. Wow. We literally just made what? What in the world, bro? What are we doing right now? We just went up super hard, came down super hard. Now we're going up super hard again. Is this Delta disappearing? It's still $2 billion. Surely not. Surely this is not a put opportunity. Surely not, bro. No, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. They're gonna do this, aren't they? Where they flatten it out. Either that or they're gonna just blow through it. Um, bruh. Like, Is this really just gonna go straight back down? I'm not buying it, bro. This is some sort of manipulation. There's no way we're just gonna go ooh 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 ooh. No way. That's not no. No way. Going up. I think we're above. Yeah, we're above 5,800. So like this would be the place to short because there is $1.91 billion worth of negative delta right there. No way. They're not going to do that again, are they? Bro, there's no way. Should I try to short this? I feel like this is a trap. For some reason, I feel like this is a trap. Like, yes, we've slowed down, but no, this is a trap. This is a trap. No way. No way. They're going to make you think that this is going to come back down. I don't think it come like I mean I said I don't think it goes straight back up, but there's the 200 wicked off the 200. I think I might go try it. Oh no, I'm not gonna get in. Can I? Dang it. Now I'm kind of stuck because Robinhood has a position loaded for me. I tried to get in at that top. That sucks. I tried. I tried to get in at this top, but it flipped way too fast. Yeah, that flipped way too fast. There we go. Order canceled. I tried, as soon as I saw that wicked off, I tried to get in, guys. It just literally loaded for like 5 seconds before it even sent the order in. By that time, it had already moved like 60, 80 bucks. Now what? Now what are they doing? There's no way we come straight back down again, bro. It's gonna flatten out before it goes down. I got a phone call. I gotta move this again. Of course, I'm getting a phone call at the best time. Flatten it out like I thought they would. Yep, look at that. Sure did. Do I think it'll come back down? Yes. Yes, I do, because there's still $2.15 billion worth of negative delta right there. So I still think it'll go down. It's just how long do I have to wait for it, you know? Like, and this 200 is such a... This 200 EMA is such a strong resistance. Still $2.01 billion. I'm just going to keep the mouse on it. $2.01 billion, 2.04, so they're buying a little bit more. I just don't want to buy in too early. It's what I don't want to do. And I definitely don't want to buy in as I'm watching the net drift volume go more positive. But I just don't. We're literally we're stuck in that delta right now. I just don't think it wants to be up here, but they're really trying up here. Yeah, they're really, really trying up here. I don't think this is going to be one of those cases where the longer they hold it up here, these people will give up. Surely $2 billion isn't just going to give up. But I have to worry about theta. Let's see. So you see how it went up and then does that again, and then what do they end up doing? They hold it. So this might be one of those situations where we have to wait for this manipulative candle. That's what I'm going to try to wait for. I'm going to try to wait for that type of manipulative candle. Was it this one? Ooh, that's a good question. Was it that one? Was this the manipulative candle? $2.07 billion worth still. I don't know. I still feel like there's going to be one of these manipulative candles that come up. Because it would have dropped though, right? If this would have came up, the next one should have dropped it. So it wasn't this one. All right, there's a big one. Now what we're looking for is something like this. Yeah, that big green candle. Now is there going to be a big red? 1.84 billion, so those deltas are sort of getting sold. It did go down to 1.5 at one point all the way up here. But now we are above the 200 in this candle. This candle is not closed yet, but we're above the 200. There we go. Net drift is so green. Another green candle. Is this one going to be red? 1.86, so it still hasn't sold off like hard. 1.85. Those deltas are selling a little bit. There's still a lot of money though. $1 billion is a lot of money. Was this the manipulative candle though? I don't think so, because you would think there would be a really big red. $1.83. Deltas are still selling. So imagine now, right? Imagine you bought here thinking, you know, you thought this was going to happen again. And then what do they end up doing? They end up manipulating it. Basically like this. Yeah, up, down, up. And now you just have to wait. Now it's just a waiting game until we see how far. High of day was 58.08. So if we do reach that amount, that could be a good short, or it could be here, who knows? I'm just not seeing any huge shift in the data. Let's see. See what this candle does. No point in front running it. If we can catch a couple of these, right? Just catch a couple of them, we'll be okay. And we would be buying puts at a good time. I mean, we're not buying puts at a terrible time. We're not buying puts at the bottom. 1.80, 1.79. These deltas are selling off a little bit. Not super hard, but they are. Let's see. Wow, net flow, not net flow, net drift volume is really pointing upwards. They're really forcing these guys to sell off. Two reds. I don't know. I'm not trusting it. Dang it. Actually, should we? Oh no, let's wait for the manipulation now. Hold on. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to buy it because all of this is pointed up. I'm going to wait for the manipulation now. I'm going to wait for the big green candle. Where is the big green candle? This is going to get bought up and there's going to be a green candle. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. This is going to get bought up and there's going to be a green candle for manipulation. It's 1.91 still billion dollars. We're at, I just don't want to buy in too early and then we go up to that 58.08. That's going to be really bad. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for them to just do what they want to do. I'm ready to buy the contracts. When time comes, I will buy it. Simple as that. See, look at that. Manipulation. You've seen it though. You've seen them do this. You've seen it. It literally happened right here. Up, down, up, down, up. What happens? Stuck. Let me actually switch this just to stay on me. Don't track. Okay. You're not? No, you're not. Okay. Wow. The net drift volume still pointed up. $1.65 billion in negative delta exposure at 5,800. So at some point, they're going to want to bring this down. But we are above the 200 EMA. Let's see. Do we break 5808? 5808 would be a good target to go short. $1.49 billion of negative delta now. Oh, man. Let's see. Yep. And then they probably had a lot of people, honestly. And this candle right here, they probably had a lot of people fooled. Because you see, because like, look at it, you know, it's like, oh, we went up, we went up, we went up. We're going down, guys. Nope. Then they just take all of those people out. We'll just keep waiting. Is this it though? This might be it. That's a strong. Ooh, that's such a strong wick down, dude. That is such a strong wick down. It's followed by a green candle. I might go in here. Yep, let me go in here. I can't get in. Can I get in? Replace the order? I'm in. Okay, let's see what happens. This could be another manipulation, so we'll see. Ooh, it might be actually. Might be a manipulation, but we'll see. Let's see, let's see. Ooh, no, I'm looking. The net drift volume, yeah, volume is still pointed up. I might have to sell soon. Yeah. Hey, yeah, you can open the door. You can open the door, it's cool. I might be... Hi, don't put that there, my mouse is there. It just seems like we've stalled out, but they might want to bring it up higher. What are you guys doing?
We want to go out. Come on. Come on.
I'm hoping I can catch one more dump and I'll be done.
Oh, in here.
Can you just give me... Well, actually, no, you could eat, yeah. Are we going to see a dump here? Or are they just going to manipulate this higher? I feel like we waited till a good time. I feel like we waited enough. Hi. I'll be done in a sec. Ooh, I might get stopped out. Yep, I might have to be done. I think this was probably the manipulation one then. We've really stalled out and there's so much negative delta still there. Maybe not. That was a hard sell. That was a really hard sell off right there. They're just buying it back up though. This is weird. And the net drift volume has now stalled out as well. Just put it there. Let me just finish this off. Another green can. Nah, no way. Yeah. Alright. Well, yeah, you can do what you want. No, really? I have to sell. No, there's no way. I'm gonna have to sell for a loss if this does not change soon. And we are. Wow, so when was it gonna sell off? Never? It's just happy to destroy all of that negative delta? I don't get it. Yeah, I bought in at a bad time, guys. I bought in at a bad time. That sucks. That's just pure market manipulation. Again, I get caught in that, bro. Ugh. How many times do you just end up getting caught in market manipulation like that? All right, let me give it another. Yeah, look at that. No, we gotta sell. Unless this candle's red and it brings it right back down. Maybe we should have waited for 5808. I don't get it though. Yeah, that sucks. Are you serious? Really? So it just, yeah, it just blew through that. It just blew through that negative delta like it was nothing. I still feel like it wants to come down. But then again, yeah, look what it's doing. I really need to start seeing some puts being bought and some calls being sold off here. It's just not happening. Yeah, that was a bad time. Yeah, you see how it's just, you get into these positions and how they can be manipulated so easily. Can we just get like, okay, this is going in our favor. That's good. This is going in our favor, but do they manipulate it back up because we're at the 200? Or do we just go right through it? It's worth the hold, guys. It's worth the hold. Can we get one dump? Let's go through it. Let's go through it. Good. Good, 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 good. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. All right, nope. Nope, I saw that. I saw that. I'm going to get out. Okay, I just got some food delivered to me. Let me go ahead and go through the realized profit, and I will pause this, and maybe I'll come back for another one. Bought in at $780 a contract, sold it for $870 a contract. Looks like I could have held on to it for a little bit longer. But you see exactly what I'm saying with this manipulation, right? Where they bring it up, they bring it down. They've done this many, many times today, and they do this a lot in general, which is how I know. I thought I had a good entry because of that. No, I think it was somewhere here. We had stalled out somewhere here, but this stall out right here was the third one. You see how we had 1, 2, and then the third stall out right there. I was not expecting this manipulation candle to happen because we already had 2 manipulation candles, so they had 3 of them. So we did bring it back down. $90 on that play. We are now up $404.12 on a day. I'm going to go ahead and pause it, eat some lunch, and we still have 4 hours of trading, so I will be back when I'm done. All right, cool. We are back. I did take a bit of an extended break. Where I left was somewhere around here. I caught this red candle and I sold it. Sold it at a fantastic time because the market since then absolutely rallied. That big negative delta that was at 5,800. It was about 3 billion, then 2.5 billion, then 2 billion. Dropped down to $65 million now. So all of that was getting eaten up, which was pushing the market higher. Now the market is kind of in a limbo here. I really don't know where it's going to go. There is 6.47 million calls at premium, and there's 270,000 puts. So, yeah, like, it's hard to bet that this is going to come down. Trump was signing executive orders at 1 as well. So, I really don't know where it wants to go from here. The thing is, we're still in negative delta, but, like, just barely, because we're in negative $370 million worth, which is pretty much like nothing. Can I move this down again? It always wants to start me all the way up there. There we go. Above us at 58.30 is $2 million of green delta, then 180 negative, and then 250 million positive. And then there is $1.76 billion at 58.50. MVC, or most valuable contract, is still below us, but we're just trending up. Puts are continuing to be sold off. Now we're minus 27,000 puts. The net drift volume has been absolutely bullish this entire time. It started being bullish at 12:21 p.m. and since then it has just remained bullish, which is I think why we've trended up like this. So watching the net drift volume is very important. But yeah, let's see what Quant Data is doing, if they're in any plays.
I think we still come down. I still think there's an opportunity to come right back down.
So they're thinking that we come down. Can I turn this up a little bit? Is
Yeah,
Trump
it's
still
definitely
talking?
pretty crazy here.
I really don't know. Of
I like
course,
that idea, Christian.
you want to gravitate towards MVC, but we've already satisfied it many times, right? I mean,
That is yeah. Well, in hindsight, that's an overwhelming amount of calls and puts for zero DTs chasing that gap. That's all we have for you. Unbelievable. Here's touching yesterday's low again.
Trump's still speaking.
On ES.
Something like glasses. So we're up 404 on the day, which is good. He was a great nuclear person. We're about to be in this green delta. Now there's $70 million worth of green delta above us. I don't get why we're... It's weird that we're like, yeah, why are we going down when we just entered green delta? It did just flip to negative, but it's so weird. Here's messed up. 5 green candles, all eaten up by 1 red. Is this a high? We've come up, down, come up, down. As soon as you mention tariffs, look how the market moves. Oh, of course, dude.
Oh, it should have held that short. A high big flush.
I'm not looking for a deal, but we've set the deal. It's at 50%.
How would you know?
Building a plant, which is something I think that would be appropriate, maybe. We'll determine.
There's just nothing in the data that says. I mean, of course, but we've been in negative delta the entire time, and we've gone up. So,
And that's the way it is.
wow, look at that.
Haven't treated our country properly. They banded together to take advantage of us, and the people behind me know because they had some of that with their industry. But generally, we signed a great deal with United Kingdom. We have numerous other deals that are ready.
Marty, I know you believed in my short.
Signed a deal with China. We have some really amazing deals, but the European Union, I mean, the sole purpose was really to, not to hurt us, but to take advantage of us. And we're not gonna
Wow.
I know you believed in it. Let's go, Marty! Let's go, Marty!
Too loud. I'm trying to have it louder to listen to Trump, not.
Shabby there, man. Not too shabby. I didn't get too much of that, unfortunately, but I tried. That's okay.
So anybody that makes that product, and that was started, I guess, at the end of June, as we come out, I think we have that appropriately done by the end of June. So if they make that product now,
Now, do we just trend up again? Is that it? Little dump, trend up.
so they're going to be building plants here. But I had an understanding with them that
The data doesn't suggest it. The data really doesn't.
that's okay to run it. You're not going to sell anything without tariff. And
So, what do we think about 58.50 now? What do we think? Did we ever cross into the bullish gamma zone? I think this is your time to snag onto the shorts. Let's short. Start getting some good shorts.
He wants to start getting shorts now? Why not $15 ago?
the biggest 500 billion, 200 billion, 250 billion dollars they're spending.
Yeah, it's just dumping straight down. I get annoyed when it's like, if I was in the play, bro, I swear something like this would happen, where it would go down and then up and then finally dump. It's like when I'm not in the play, this always happens.
Sometimes the country will lead it, sometimes Walmart will lead it, sometimes it'll be something that they
Wicking off the 200 though.
and I've always believed them. If you look, take a look at
But I feel like we go lower.
4 years ago with the greatest economy, we had no inflation. Remember that we had no.
I want to see a couple green candles up, and then I'll short, right? Better value short. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big red candles in a row, and then I decide. Like, that's chasing. And that can work, but not when I do it. When I do it, it doesn't work.
Announce record profits and everything else, have to take out some of their profits or make a little bit less money.
Let's see, we're at the 200.
I don't want the consumer to pay. Not really, they're helping because they're creating jobs in America. We're creating tremendous amounts of jobs in America, like in Tennessee. We're having investment in America. We're not getting ripped off by every country in the world. We've been
Man, if I would have shorted up there.
making their product, they sell it. They don't give our people the jobs, they make them with
Give
other
it a shot
countries'
here.
jobs. And we will have
Let's see if we
something that
come
nobody
to
will ever see again.
ESB WAP. That would be ideal.
Potential to
Let's see.
do numbers that we never envisioned in the world.
So I'm trying to get into a better value short myself.
$12 trillion in literally a couple of months. It's not, nothing like that's ever happened. It's a very special, we're doing a very special thing. We want, if they're gonna sell it here, generally speaking, not for all products, there's some products we don't wanna make. Frankly, we're much better off getting them elsewhere, but for certain products, we want cars, we wanna make cars, we don't wanna have, and I like Canada very much, but we don't wanna have Canada making their cars, we wanna make our cars. It's a phone call, you mind?
What the hell?
I'd let you know.
Who's got the phone going?
It's a different congressman. They're all congratulating us. Yeah, it's lucky.
Do we just make a V, or do we better value short it?
Well, we're taking a look at a lot of things. As you know, billions of dollars has been paid to Harvard.
MSDR, Golden Sweet.
Billions.
Look at that. See, like buying at the bottom over there.
This country's paying billions and billions of dollars and then gives student loans so they have to pay back the loans. So Harvard's going to have to change its ways. And so are some others. I'm fine with that. No, we want
Is this the better value short?
to be doing something in the near future that's going to make it possible for people to come into this country. And
It's so hard to short when it's so easy to manipulate it up.
I think it'll be very exciting, but it's too soon this morning. I do.
There still is negative 1.4 billion delta under us.
You can't add 2 and 2 and they go to Harvard. They want remedial math and they're going to teach remedial math at
Two,
Harvard.
two.
So why would they get in? How can somebody that can't add has
Look at that.
basic skills, how do they get into Harvard? Why are they there? And then you see those same people picketing and screaming at the United States and screaming at, they're anti-Semitic or they're something. We don't want troublemakers here. But how do people that can't, when Harvard comes out with a statement that they're going to teach some of their students remedial math, that's basic math, that's not the deal, okay? And the back,
Yeah, Harvard is garbage. I can't even lie. It's not even getting into that school is not anymore about how smart you are. It's all about diversity.
you don't have the people to handle it, right? Everybody wants to make a deal. I'm sure now the European Union wants to make a deal.
Besides, your doctor in the next 5-10 years will have graduated because he used ChatGPT.
Have suits where they're judges, I don't know if they're appointed by them, but they're definitely Europe-centric, and we're not going to stand for it. They won a $17 billion lawsuit for Apple, and I read that case, and that's not a case that should have been won. They're suing other of our companies. They use this as a weapon, but they use it really to raise funds for what they do. It's almost like a fundraising mechanism. So
We
add
recording?
that to the fact that they do
Yeah.
non-monetary tariffs and lots of other trading. You would call them trading barriers. They don't take our cars. They don't take our agriculture. They don't take anything, but we take their cars by the millions. And therefore, they have the jobs, they get the money, and we get closed plants. It's not going to happen that way anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
Looks like he's done. Maybe I should have taken a long. I just have not taken any longs today, seeing as we've been in Red Delta.
We're right back into the meat of this, but I think I'm gonna probably take off now. I don't think there's anything left. Hopefully you guys did okay.
Alright, he's gonna turn on that music again.
Battling me on going long or short, and I end up, doing what I want to do. So always appreciate it when you're talking in person. That's the beauty of Montana.
Do we go lower? I think he's done talking. Do we go lower? Is this a shorting opportunity? Might be. It very, very well might be. It's just the market's so irrational. Because we were looking for a better value short. Let's see if this candle gets eaten up. If not, it might be a better value short. It's just we're in such negative delta. But there's 6.55 million calls on the net drift. How much is it that 5,800? 1.21 billion. I don't know. Definitely don't want to get into some poopy short and then I end up getting green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle. You know what I'm saying? If I get into a short, let it be red. Red, 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 red. The biggest reds that they can find. See? You want to go short there, and then they give you green, green. Nope. Not me. Weird thing is, though, MVC is still really far under us. So, I mean, there is a chance that we could get down there. It's just now these MACD lines flipped, so hedge funds are looking at that saying, yep, time to buy. Wicked right off the 200. Yeah. Yeah, sure did. Let's see if I even make one more trade today. I'd really need to see some movement. Like, sure, no, the 5800 is now only 700 million, whereas it was over $1 billion just like 5 minutes ago. But then again, as the market, if the market goes lower, then oh, he's still there. Is he talking?
Someone that's chasing this 50-50. I think so. It's happening.
No, not much talking. Net drift still positive, just flowing along. The people who have their calls are not selling them. Puts got picked up a little bit after they sold off, but who knows at this point. MACD did flip here between these two candles. RSI, to be fair, yeah, if I would have seen the RSI was also super low there, yeah, that would have actually been a really good place to maybe, I mean, wouldn't have hurt, right, to go long. I definitely got to keep this in mind when I see that. Yeah, I'm not seeing, like, there's nothing in the data that's telling me, like, we want to go this way. It could go either way. Getting kind of tired, though, now. Jeez. I came back trying to get at least one more play in. I could have. There was that short up there. There was this long right there. Oh, man. I mean, it is kind of struggling to go higher. I will say that, yeah. It is struggling to go higher. But it's also struggling to go lower. Yep. Double-edged sword. Struggling to go higher, then you should go short. Well, it's struggling to go lower. Oh, well, you should go long. Well, it's struggling to go higher. Well, then you should go short. Well, it's struggling to go lower. Well, you should go long. Well, it's struggling to go shorter. Well, you should go short. Like, you're always, it's like being in an infinite loop. You not think, but you see what's going on and you want to do the opposite, and then as soon as you do it, the market says, haha, just kidding, and then does exactly the opposite of what you thought it would. It's just how it is. Your brain is programmed into the stock market system. So whatever you think is going to happen, they will do the opposite to make you feel like crap. It's just how it goes, man. Sorry. Well, we'll give it some time. Let's see. Maybe something will happen here. Look at that green, man. Green, green, green. Do we go up to high of day and then come back down? Possible. Possible. Anything's possible if you believe in it. Yeah, just believe in it, you know? Hey, is that possible? Maybe. Maybe it is, bro. Maybe it isn't, bro. Let's see, almost $500 million worth of negative gamma or delta, and we're just flying through it, bro. We are like a plane in the clouds, bro. Just flying. Made another V recovery. I mean, if this looks like anything, I mean, you go up, down, up, a little bit 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 down, then you go down a little bit, then you go up. So I think we're going to go up, 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 up. Yeah, that seems right. Unless something in the data switches, but Trump's not talking no more. So now it's just kind of, you know, this is just the end of the day now. We'll see if there... Yesterday, at the end of the day, there was a flip. Let me see what time it was. No, when was yesterday? At 3:30. At 3:30 yesterday, there was a high, and then it just came straight down after that. That's a little bit late in the day, though. At least the contracts will be cheaper, but they're going to move against you because of theta faster. I'm not seeing any puts being bought. I'm not seeing any calls being sold. So we don't have to move. Lunch was good though. Lunch was really, really good. Do. Market's gonna go higher because that's what markets do. They go higher and higher and higher, higher, then higher and higher, and then they crash, and then we go higher and higher and higher. I'm getting sleepy, guys. I'm getting super sleepy. Oh, he's still sitting there. Is he talking? Or is it just frozen like that?
Yeah, I think I'm out of mental capital. Forget it. I'm gonna close my brokerage.
Oh, I came back as soon as he's done.
Pretty good job. I think I am still going to. It's pretty cheap to hold a hedge of a SPY put to the yen. You take a look at the curve there.
I'm trying to think myself, what position do I want to enter to make a whole lot of dollars? Oh, he's just got this background music playing. What's everybody else doing? What's this other trading server doing? Dang, last message at 153. It's 239 now. Where they at? Market came down a little bit, but not buying it. I'm not buying it. Looks manipulative to me. Like they wanna bring it back up. Yep. That's what I think. It sucks. The end of the day is not exactly the funnest to trade. I'm just looking to see if the same thing happens yesterday, where maybe there's like a big shift in the market and we can catch a few points and just make a little bit extra to end the week. But it looks like puts are being sold. I wonder who even is in those puts anymore. Like, is any real person in those puts? I know MVC is still well below us, but I don't think there's any real person in puts right now. I mean, when there's 6.6 million calls, the only person that's in puts are the people who don't have the data. They're just like, oh, we're high, let's go back down. Memorial Day weekend, it's going to be long. Trump's going to do something. You know how it is, man. It's just, that's just the regular now, you know? It's just a regular. You know, you close your brokerage, your president says something stupid per usual, you lose all your money, go back to your day job, fill up your, or fund up your account again, and there you go. Just restart. That's how it is, man. It's never ending loop. You do that for about 60, 70 years, and then your kids do that. Basically, never-ending loop, man. Stuck in the Matrix. Look at that, going back up, just like I thought. I thought it, and it happened. Wow, these dudes who paper trade, they don't take a second off. I mean, it's all day paper trading. Which, you know, like I said, go paper trade. If you want to paper trade, go paper trade. But don't try to sit there and fool people with your, you know, $80,000 gain that you just made in 3 seconds because you put a $2 million zero DTE position in. I wonder if people do that. I wonder if people actually get fooled and buy courses because they see some other people paper trading. I wonder how easy that would be if I just like funded a paper trade. Well, you don't fund it. If I just start a paper trading account and I just start trading with like $5 million and I only show the winners, like, hey guys, look, I just made 2 million. Let's freaking go. Buy my course. That would probably work, honestly. Thinking about it now, that would work. I might have to do that, guys. I might have to do that. I might have to open up a paper trading account, put like 50 mil in it, and people ask me, how'd you get the 50 mil? I'll just be like, work, bro. I door dashed for a couple extra hours last night. That's how I got this 50 mil. And then put all 50 mil on a trade. If I lose, just delete the footage. If I win, upload it and say, hey, you want to win money like this? Just pay me $2,000. Actually, no, I'll give you a deal, 50% off, man. It was $2,000. I give it to you for $1,000. That's funny. You know, the more money you put in the paper trade account, the more you can charge, right? So let's say you have like $100 million in there. They're like, how'd you get $100 million? It don't matter. Just give me 5K and I'll give you this spreadsheet on how you can make money. And then you open up the spreadsheet and the first thing's going to be like, all right, guys, so green candles means that the market's going up and red candles means that the market's going down. I know that's crazy. Let's take some time to digest that right now, guys. The sad thing is that's probably how the courses are. That probably is. And then they'll probably be like, all right, so this right here, guys, this is a trend line. Do you know what a trend line does? That's right, guys. It shows you the trend. So what I'll do is I'm going to draw that right here. You see that, guys, right? So we hit here and then we hit here again. That's why we went up. Oh, man, that's funny. Any more trades to make, or am I going to turn this off? I'm getting kind of bored here. I mean, it's sort of moving down, but I don't think it's moving. Well, I guess, yeah, you'd make money, but it's not like... still in negative delta. We're in negative gamma. Put side of everything is still the biggest, other than just net drift. Net drift is bullish. And I don't think it's going to go bearish at all. I mean, it's slowly grinding up. The net drift is going up as we're in red candles. Am I missing something? Why is the net drift going up if we're in red candles? Oh, it is pointing down a little bit. We're just so high up that it barely even makes a dent. People just love shorting the market, man. If you ain't shorting the market, then you're not making money. Huh. Okay. Would have been good to be short there, wouldn't it? To be fair, MACD lines crossed right there. The chart told us exactly what was happening. We just didn't listen. What I'm trying to think of, do we wick back off this and go up, or do we just pull a little bit of manipulation and go straight through it? Let's see. What do we do? Do we bounce off, or do we manipulate lower? I mean, that negative delta is still, it's 1.36 billion now, but been recording for over half an hour. I haven't gotten into one play. Like, I want to go long here. Why? I don't know. It just seems right. If it was going to go lower, why didn't it? You know what I'm saying? Alright, seems to have stalled out here. Really seems like, yeah, look at that. If we were going to go lower, why didn't we? I just don't know. Bro, we're in negative delta. Like, how am I supposed to know where this is going to flip? I mean, you're guessing. Like, you would have guessed here and lost, or guessed, I don't know, guess here and lost. Like, guess here, or guess here and lost, and whatever. You catch my drift, like, yep. Per usual, right play, but I'm not in it. That was interesting, though. We slowed down a lot, and then we went right back. Very interesting. Could be a better value short. Or it could just go up. I'm not even gonna lie, guys. Honestly, it could either go up or down from this point. That's what's crazy about it. Like, it could literally go up or down. There's only 388,000 puts, 6.6 million calls. I mean, which way you think it's gonna go? The way that people have 6 million of, or the way that people have 300,000 of? Plot twist. 6 million calls and we've gone down. Went back up here, though. Great job. Great job, great job. We've been slowly. I don't know. Like, I really feel like it should go lower because, you know, a lot of the money is down there, but we're not, you know? It's that simple. Like, we aren't. We should, but we aren't. Really don't know how else to say it, you know? Like, it's just one of those things where we should do something, but we aren't. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Puts are being sold off, and we had a red candle. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, no, I was gonna say they're not buying any more calls, but it just went up to 6.61. So 218,000 puts now, and there's 2 red candles. I don't get it. And not only that, the net drift volume is still pointed up. So we got puts being sold off, calls being bought, and the net drift volume is bullish, but we're going down. Why am I so tempted to buy a call here? Nah, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Let's see if I would have. I wanted to buy a call. Let's see what would have happened. We had a little bit of a juicy. Remember, I wanted to buy calls. Of course. I mean, puts are now 64,000 puts, 6.65 million calls. So we should go up. It's just, I think we're hitting this negative delta right here, and it's not letting us, minus 610 million. You're telling me the 6.65 million freaking net drift premium is not pushing us up? I feel like it should. That's the crazy thing, though. It should. 94,000 puts now. Power hour in 8 minutes. Well, if I wanted to buy calls, I'd kind of be screwed. No, because the green candle spawned, and now it's going to go really big green candle. Let's see if they're still talking. I'm tired. It's been such a long day. Holy crap, the entire chat is filled with paper trades. It's not even anybody talking, it's just paper trades. Hey, congratulations, man. This dude just made 60,000. What was the other trade before that? Oh, 240,000. That's cool. Yeah, good job, man. Good job. $240,000 in one candle. Nice, dude. Make sure to buy yourself all the Lamborghinis in the world so nobody else can have one. This is kind of curling, like it wants to go down. You know what I'm saying? Like we're having some of that curl action. We had a strong wick here that sold us down. Anything similar to that? This. Go up, strong wick down, and then just flatten out. But this one was a red one. I'm just not seeing the puts being bought. There's not enough calls being sold. There's 0 calls being sold. But there's no puts being bought. MVC is still like it's $116 million at 5,800. kind of want to. I want to go short. Let's try it. Let's try to go short. Should we? I mean, that's a lot of exposure down there. It's just, why aren't these stupid puts being bought? Ooh. Look at that. That one candle wrecks you. No, the puts are still being sold. Why is there so much exposure down there if nobody believes we'll even go down there? See what I'm saying? Like, I don't get that. Why is there that much exposure down there if the belief is we won't even get down there? Nah. That drift's pointed up again, bro. No thanks. It's about to be, there's 9,000 put premium. That's it. 6.65 million in calls and $10,000 worth of puts. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Who's the idiot with $10,000 worth of puts right now? Oh man, am I really going to contribute to that? Do we come down? Or do we do one of these, and then flatten out and then higher up? It's just so weird that the net exposure, dude, there's $118 million under us. I don't even know why we're dumping like this. Do we go lower? Or is this going to be a big green candle back up? Ooh, went lower, of course. Yeah, I mean, I guess. It went from like $10,000 put premium to $150,000, so. But now there's 6.68 million in calls. So. It's tough, dude. That's a guess. That's just a whole guess that I'm making. Would have been a good guess, though. Would have been up a lot. Yeah, would have been up a lot. Another red one. Wow. Still 6.67 million calls. But now there's 230,000 puts. Wow, that would have been great. Why did I not enter puts? That would have been really, really good. It's just, how low do we go? Do we try to get down to that MVC? It's minus 132 million now. And we're in negative delta. Is this one going to be another red one? Dang. Look at that. Holy crap. I mean, we have not imploded. We're still, this is still, looks like it's still an uptrend. Yeah, I don't think we get that low. I think this is just a fake out again before it, but we are making lower highs. We have a high, we come down, but we had a high, a low, lower, I mean higher, lower high, but a higher low. See what I'm saying? yeah, the calls are still getting bought. 6.73 million now. Let's see. Another big red candle. Sometimes it's just for the best if you don't even participate in the market. If you don't see a reason to, like, there's got to be a reason for your entry. And up here, I guess I just didn't have one. I mean, I did. I kept saying how I wanted it. I thought it was going to go lower. There was a little bit of calls that got sold off. Not a lot. A little bit. I want to see if, like, more start to get sold off here. Like, I want to see calls getting sold and puts being bought. And I want to see that net drift volume trend down. Right now, it's pointed up. But we're just going lower. Just going lower. So we're pretty much neck and neck with this. Here's the 200. Do we wick off the 200 and do this all over again? Starting to think no. I think we break through it, guys. Well, we're there. There's the 200. Do we go lower from here? We might, dude. We might break this 200. I'm going to go in for a put. All right, I'm in. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I definitely don't want to take a huge loss, but I'm in a put right now, guys. Looking good so far. Looking good. No, I'm out. Maybe I should have held it. It's the end of the day. These contracts are not going to move. Green candle. Yeah. Hey, bro, what can I say, dog? What can I say, bro? Look at that. Yeah, great exit. Bro, I'm literally like falling asleep and I'm still having great exits. Bro, I'm the greatest trader alive, man. I said, nope, I'm exiting. And the reason I did that was because this candle slowed down. You saw how like this candle was moving at a decent pace. This one slowed down. I'm good. Anyways, let's see. What was the profit on that one? $80. Wow. I thought I had only made like 40 to 60. $820 is what I spent, and I got 900. So 9.76% gain, almost. Let's call it 10%. So up $482 on the day. Nice. That really helps out because of yesterday's loss. We still have not made it back to yesterday's loss, which kind of blows. Because we were at 11,963, and right now we're at 11,753. So, shame that we couldn't make all that money back. I definitely have to work on minimizing the losses. Had I just minimized that loss yesterday and not taken a freaking $900 one, it would have been straight. Like we would have been great. And right, I made 482 today so far. Over 500 if you factor in, if you take away the what's it called, fees that you pay on SPX. But cool, that's cool. Another little dub for me. Any more dubs that we can take? Yeah, this 200 is really powerful. 200 EMA. It's really, really powerful. It's using it now as resistance. Look at that, wicked off at the bottom. There's still 6.65 million calls and only 300,000 puts. Net drift is pointed up as well now. Yeah, no way. No way, no way, man. No way, no way. No way, no way. You know, someone just bought a call on my consolidated order flow, which it's not a bad idea. When you see the net drift volume like pointed up, yeah, you know. It's just now it's at a point where that green gamma, the biggest one is only 22 million, but the biggest red gamma is minus 154 million. So I don't know. It's like, do we trend all the way back down to 5,800, which is not that far away? I mean, that is only 15 points away from where we're at. Yeah, about 15 points. So it's not out of the question that we come back down there. It's just, how long is it going to take? Right? How long is this going to be flat, right? Because I'm sure market makers want to kind of just like anyone that's in a contract right now, I'm sure market makers want to just make it so that those contracts are continuously losing value to theta. And then once they drop it down to where they really want to, it's like you would lose anyway because of theta. Unless you were consistently averaging in. And that also, I mean, you got to average in and hope that the market's going in your favor. Like right now, if you had puts, completely out of your favor right now. Like you would have to sell. But let's see. But yeah, like I said before, the other guy, he had bought a call on the consolidated order flow. I said that was a good idea. 6.73 million calls. I have not bought one call today. When I see the market is just red deltas all over the place, nothing in me is bullish about that. Nothing in me says, "Oh yeah, look, we are in negative $450 million worth of delta. Let me go ahead and buy a call." Nothing in me says that. So all of the plays today have all been puts. Yeah. 480 boys, 480 boys. We some 480 boys. If only I could have made 500. If I would have bought a call there, just randomly. I guess it wasn't. I did see that in the data. Those other people who bought a call, let me see this guy. He bought it at 307. So that is, he put in $29,000 worth. So he's up a nice amount of money, bro. That's a big move. That's an $8 move right now from the lows. Very nice. Let's see what they're doing in the Discord. Is he still talking? Let's see. No, just music. He's just sitting there staring. Oh, the other trading server has something. Let's see. What did he say? Today's QQQ execution was the worst way I could do. Over leverage the position. There should be a risk off move in power hour. VIX is curling. My thesis is Monday is market closed. There is uncertainty about what news come over this time. Shouldn't investors be a little cautious? That's my understanding. I mean, just because it's a longer weekend, you can still trade futures on Memorial Day. You can trade crypto and you can trade futures. So those people who have a ton of money, yeah, they'll dump it on you. Don't worry about it, man. Futures will be open. They'll dump it. All right. Do we go ahead and just end it here, or do we wait? Do we try to get one more put in us? I don't know. I don't know if we get one more put in us. Net drift is curling down a little bit. We just made a V again. This, we just go down, go straight back up. Yeah, I don't think I should be trading this late in the day. It's 3:10 p.m. I think I should just finish it, bro. I think I'm happy with the gains today, guys. All right, so not a horrible week. Let me actually see. What was May 17, 18, and 19? Did I even trade those days? So the 19th, I did not trade. So 20, 21, 22, and 23. So 20, 21, 22, and then here's 23. Wow, so holy crap. Because of that big loss that I had, I was up $387. And then we took that big loss. That dropped me down to $304 for the week. And then I just did today, so I'm up $177 for the week, or 1.5%. Let me check what SPY for the week. SPY this week is down 1.54. Okay. Beating SPY. Yeah, we got to do better. We will. We will. Next week, we're not going to take a loss like we did today. What a juice up again, bro. Holy crap, dude. Buying calls was the way today, not puts. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to trade anymore. I don't want to lose what I've gained, so hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you guys next week. See ya.